STIE Tribakti hadir sejak tahun 1996 di tengah kota Bekasi. Hanya 10 menit dari tol Bekasi Barat dengan lokasi yang strategis serta suasana kampus yang modern, asri, nyaman, dan jauh dari kebisingan kendaraan serta punya fasilitas olahraga yang memadai dan free wifi. Area yang membuat kampus STIE Tribakti yang kini disebut Tribakti Business School menjadi tempat yang nyaman untuk belajar juga dalam mengerjakan tugas-tugas perkuliahan. Ruang kelas yang berstandar internasional dan berbagai laboratorium, perpustakaan dengan buku-buku edisi terbaru, galeri investasi, kantin, dan BI Corner. Di sini, para mahasiswa dapat terlibat langsung dalam berbagai macam jenis UKM, di antaranya UKM Futsal dan Basket, UKM IMTI atau Ikatan Mahasiswa Muslim Tribakti dan IMA Kristi atau Ikatan Mahasiswa Kristen Tribakti. PADUS, UKM English Club, UKM Mapala, UKM Dance.
Bukan hanya mengajarkan kita selaku menjadi akuntan yang baik dan menjadi manajer yang baik, tapi lulusan di Tribakti juga harus mempunyai sifat dari organisasi yang baik. Pembelajarannya itu nggak cuma langsung hanya teori saja, tapi kita untuk praktek juga ada. Jadi kayak misalnya kewirausahaan, kita bagaimana cara belajar untuk entrepreneurship dan mempunyai kemampuan-kemampuan yang lain di bidang ekonomi, di bidang apapun itu juga ada di Tribakti.
Welcome to STIE Yogyakarta. Since our beginning, STIE Yogyakarta has been continually evolving and building upon our achievement. STIE Yogyakarta has 3 programs, namely Management and Accounting Program for Bachelor Degree and Master of Management for Master Degree. To support the university student, STIE Yogyakarta provides some learning facilities such as Career Center, Digital Startup, Islamic Boarding, courses, and partnerships. There are some choices for student final project such as entrepreneurship, internship, and also thematic community service program. STIE also provides some scholarships such as Hafidz Quran, Kartu Indonesia Pintar Kuliah, Achievement, STIE Yogyakarta, Quality, Integrity, and Entrepreneurship.
My Campus. Halo guys, kali ini aku bakal ngajakin kalian gimana sih rasanya kuliah offline di Universitas Muhammadiyah Bandung. Sebelum masuk, cek suhu dan pakai hand sanitizer dulu yuk. Alhamdulillah ya, setelah sekian lama kita kuliah online, akhirnya bisa kuliah offline lagi. Nah, sekarang kita ke lobby. Udah pernah lihat belum? Kalau belum, cek video kampus tour di TikTok UM Bandung ya. Sekarang aku mau kuliah dulu nih ke lantai 4. Assalamualaikum Pak, yuk ikut kuliah bareng aku. Dosennya seru dan totalitas banget ngajarnya. Bikin mahasiswa yang kuliah online maupun offline jadi nyaman. Karena tadi dikasih tugas, aku mau cari buku referensi nih di perpus. Perpustakaan UNB udah digital loh. Kita juga bisa cari buku di aplikasi Opak atau Online Public Access Catalog. Kapan lagi kita bisa baca buku sambil lihat pemandangan yang indah kayak gini? Healing gak perlu mahal deh. Selesai kuliah dan kerjain tugas-tugas, enaknya ngadem gak sih? Di rooftop, kita bisa lihat kota Bandung secara 360 derajat loh. Jadi semakin mengingatkan kita terhadap ciptaannya dan membuat kita selalu bersyukur. Makasih ya udah ngikutin aku di A Day in My Campus at Universitas Muhammadiyah Bandung.
Halo Besti, kalian udah pada tahu belum fakultas sama prodi apa sih yang ada di Universitas Muhammadiyah Bandung? Yuk kita cari tahu. Calon akuntan muda, mau masa depanmu secara uang ini? Yuk wujudkan mimpimu bersama prodi akuntansi Universitas Muhammadiyah Bandung. Universitas Muhammadiyah Bandung, Islamic Entrepreneurial University.
We move forward and keep moving forward, trying to find more knowledge and pursue a more advanced education. Being united and working hand in hand to develop the nationwide education. This can be achieved only in educational institutions which provides better facilities and full support in pushing their students to strive for their education. Friends, never feel tired to continue to strive. Success comes in many forms. We dream so we could make it come true. Whatever your dream is, this university could facilitate you in achieving your goal, and you could get other benefits along the way. Continue to learn and try to know yourself more. Hold faith on what your lecturers say. Keep uplifting moral education and character building wherever you are.
ABM sukses! Selamat datang di kampus Universitas Islam Lamongan. Unity in Diversity sebagai salah satu pedoman Universitas Islam Lamongan tidak hanya menerima mahasiswa muslim, tetapi Universitas Islam Lamongan juga menerima mahasiswa non-muslim. Universitas Islam Lamongan memiliki beberapa fakultas dan juga pascasarjana, di antaranya
D3 Kebidanan,
Fakultas Ekonomi,
Fakultas Teknik,
Fakultas Perikanan,
Fakultas Hukum,
Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan,
Fakultas Peternakan,
Fakultas Agama Islam,
Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan,
pascasarjana di antaranya Magister Manajemen dan juga Pendidikan Agama Islam. Sebagai mahasiswa Universitas Islam Lamongan, saya bangga karena Universitas Islam Lamongan memiliki beberapa gedung dan fasilitas yang memadai, seperti Lab Self Student,
Lab Komputer,
Lab Praktikum,
Lab Kebidanan,
Gedung Pascasarjana,
Perpustakaan,
Koperasi,
Pelayanan bank,
Lab Ekonomi,
Konpesma,
Mikro Teaching PAUD,
Peradilan Semu,
Lab Terpadu,
Masjid,
dan Teknopark. Universitas Islam Lamongan menyediakan program beasiswa. Untuk informasi lebih lanjut, silakan kunjungi website Udisla www.udisla.ac.id.
Kami tunggu di kampus hijau Unisla, solusi masa depan.
Aku Unisla, solusi masa depan.
Unisma Malang merupakan institusi pendidikan yang menawarkan pendidikan berkualitas dengan lingkungan belajar yang dinamis. Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Islam Malang memiliki 3 program studi, yakni program studi S1 Manajemen, S1 Akuntansi, dan S1 Perbankan Syariah dengan status terakreditasi A dari BANPT. Untuk mendukung akademis mahasiswa FEB, Unisma menyediakan berbagai macam pendukung untuk mempersiapkan mahasiswa menghadapi dunia yang sesungguhnya. Pendidikan akademik di Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Islam Malang secara umum bertujuan untuk menyiapkan peserta didik untuk menjadi anggota masyarakat yang memiliki kemampuan akademik dalam menerapkan, mengembangkan, dan atau memperkaya khasanah ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, dan atau kesenian, serta menyebarluaskan dan mengupayakan penggunaannya untuk meningkatkan taraf kehidupan masyarakat dan memperkaya kebudayaan nasional.
Kami mahasiswa Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis kreatif, mandiri, dan profesional.
Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Islam Malang didirikan pada tanggal 11 Juni tahun 1981. Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Islam Malang didirikan dengan tujuan menghasilkan lulusan yang kompeten di bidang akuntansi, manajemen, dan perbankan syariah dengan landasan akhlakul karimah, berhaluan ahli sunnah wal jamaah. Maju bersama membangun ekonomi bangsa dari FEB Unisma untuk Indonesia dan peradaban dunia.
Kami FEB Unisma bertekad maju bersama membangun ekonomi bangsa dari FEB untuk Indonesia dan peradaban dunia.
Sepanjang Jalan AR Saleh nomor 21, berdiri bangunan seluas 30 meter persegi. Sampai pada tahun 1994, tepatnya pada bulan Agustus, diresmikan Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Ekonomi Nganjuk.
Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Ekonomi Nganjuk memiliki 2 prodi. Yang pertama, manajemen.
Yang kedua, program studi akuntansi.
Semua program studi telah terakreditasi B oleh Badan Akreditasi Nasional Perguruan Tinggi BANPT. Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Ekonomi Nganjuk memiliki visi dan misi sebagai berikut.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat sore dan salam sejahtera bagi kita semuanya. Saya Ketua STIE Nganjuk. STIE Nganjuk merupakan satu-satunya perguruan tinggi yang ada di Nganjuk, di mana STIE siap untuk menjawab tantangan pembangunan Indonesia, kemajuan teknologi informasi khususnya. Dan kami berharap bahwa di era revolusi industri 4.0, STIE benar-benar dapat mengisi semua keahliannya di bidangnya masing-masing untuk mensukseskan pembangunan. Terima kasih.
Kurikulum proses belajar mengajar yang ada di Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Ekonomi Nganjuk bersama dengan jurusan dan juga dengan prodi, yaitu di akuntansi dan juga di manajemen. Kami juga menyelaraskan program yang ada di Wakil Ketua 2 maupun di Wakil Ketua 3 di dalam penyusunan program pembelajaran perkuliahan yang dilakukan oleh dosen maupun oleh mahasiswa, dan juga tugas-tugas lain yang berkaitan dengan akademik yang ada di Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Ekonomi Nganjuk. Terima kasih.
Kepada mahasiswa untuk mengembangkan minat dan bakat para mahasiswa melalui 1. Badan Eksekutif Mahasiswa, 2 adalah Himpunan Mahasiswa Program Studi Akuntansi, Himpunan Mahasiswa Program Studi Manajemen, tim futsal, tari, paduan suara, Pusat Karir STIE Nganjuk.
Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Ekonomi Nganjuk menjalin kerjasama dengan berbagai pihak. Yang pertama, Bank Indonesia. Yang kedua, bekerja sama dengan Pusat Karir STIE. Tak hanya itu, Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Ekonomi Nganjuk juga menandatangani MOU dengan IAI wilayah Provinsi Jawa Timur.
Di bawah payung paguyuban Pasundan, lahirlah Universitas Pasundan yang berdiri megah di tengah kota Bandung. Salah satu yang menjadi kebanggaan Universitas Pasundan adalah Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis. Dengan 3 program studi, yaitu program studi manajemen, program studi akuntansi, dan program studi ekonomi pembangunan. Mahasiswa-mahasiswi yang menimba ilmu di Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Pasundan tidak hanya dari kota Bandung dan sekitarnya. Tidak sedikit yang berasal dari berbagai provinsi yang ada di seluruh penjuru Indonesia, bahkan dari mancanegara.
Kenapa saya memilih kuliah di Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Unpas? Karena fasilitas yang lengkap dan juga modern sangat menunjang kami dalam melaksanakan perkuliahan. Dan juga banyak program baik secara akademis maupun non-akademis yang sangat bermanfaat bagi mahasiswa.
Dalam mengantisipasi perkembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi, Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Pasundan juga senantiasa berupaya mengejar dengan meningkatkan sarana dan prasarana penunjang proses perkuliahan. Mengikuti tingginya minat masyarakat untuk melanjutkan pendidikan ke jenjang pasca sarjana di bidang ekonomi, dengan dukungan dosen-dosen yang berdedikasi tinggi dan berkualitas, maka Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Pasundan membuka program studi S2 dan S3.
Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Pasca Sarjana Unpas adalah merupakan tempat yang tepat untuk saya dalam pengembangan karir saya. Diberikan keleluasaan untuk pembelajaran, baik itu tatap muka dan secara online.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sampurasun. Yang menjadi visi Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Pasundan adalah menjadi Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis yang unggul dan berkualitas dalam pengembangan sumber daya manusia profesional di bidang ekonomi, inovatif dan mandiri, berdaya saing, mampu menghadapi setiap perubahan, penguasaan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi, dijiwai nilai-nilai budaya Sunda dan agama, serta berwawasan nasional dan global tahun 2021.
Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Pasundan menjadi pelopor dalam penyelenggaraan program perkuliahan dengan sistem e-learning yang bekerja sama dengan Kyunghee University Korea. Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Pasundan adalah satu-satunya fakultas yang mempunyai bank sendiri, yaitu Bank Mini, yang mana kepemilikan dan pengurusnya adalah mahasiswa-mahasiswi Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis sendiri.
Selamat untuk Fakultas Ekonomi Unpas yang selama ini telah berkontribusi terhadap pembangunan sumber daya manusia baik itu di Jawa Barat maupun skop nasional. Mereka lebih mempunyai intelijensia yang tinggi dan EQ. EQ itu tidak semua universitas mempunyai dan bisa berkontribusi untuk kecepatan dalam meningkatkan pertumbuhan di Jawa Barat.
Saya menimba ilmu di Universitas Pasundan, Fakultas Ekonomi sangat memberikan bekal menjadi manusia yang bisa berkompetisi dalam dunia kerja.
Saya, Dekan Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Pasundan, mengajak kepada seluruh elemen masyarakat, khususnya masyarakat Jawa Barat dan umumnya masyarakat Indonesia, untuk bergabung dalam wadah pendidikan tinggi milik Paguyuban Pasundan, milik kita semua. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Pasundan, Pengkuh Agamana, Luhung Elmuna, Jembar Budayana.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we cordially invite you to be prepared because in a few minutes the opening ceremony will proceed in no time. Thank you. Good morning, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam dan bahagia and best wishes to all of us. We delighted to welcome you to the first Entrepreneurship, Economic and Business International Conference 2022, run and hosted by Universitas Sarjanawiyata Tamansiswa, STIE YKPN, Universitas Ahmad Dahlan, and Universitas Mercu Buana Yogyakarta. And also supported by co-host STE Widya Wiwaha, Universitas Muhammadiyah Bandung, STE Malang Kuket Suara, Universitas Islam Lamongan, Universitas Pasundan, STIE Tribakti, Universitas Borneo Tarakan, Universitas Sanata Dharma, STIE Nganjuk, and Universitas Islam Malang. On this occasion, please allow me to use two languages, Bahasa and English. First of all, let's say thanks to God who has given us guidance, happiness, healthy, and mercy, so we can attend and participate in this special event without any obstacles. And before we come to the main session, let us start this by praying first, so the event that we will hold on this day will run well without any obstacle at all. Pray based on individual belief begins. Done. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's bring a great honor for me, Epsilandri Septiarini, to be your master of ceremony in this morning on Thursday, 28th of July 2022, in our big event, First Entrepreneurship, Economic and Business International Conference. The main agendas of our events are opening and pray, Sing Indonesia Raya, opening speech, plenary session, question and answer, giving token of appreciation by virtual, photo session, technical briefing, parallel discussion, and it will divide it into 20 Zoom meeting rooms and closing. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to me to introduce and welcome the guests at our screen. Dr. Suyanto, MSI, Dean Faculty of Economic Universitas Sarjanawiyata Tamansiswa, Dr. Wisnu Prayogo, MBA, Head of STIE YKPN, Dr. Salamatun Asakdiah, MSI, Dean Faculty of Business and Economic Universitas Ahmad Dahlan, Dr. Audita Nufriyasari, SEMM, Dean Faculty of Economic Universitas Mercu Buana Yogyakarta, Dr. Adi Masli, Full Professor and Coach Fellow from University of Kansas School of Business Accounting, Dr. Sudin bin Lada from University Malaysia Sabah, Professor Dr. Nanindela Srividya from Techno India School of Management Studies, Dr. Yang Junsu from Guangxi University, Dr. Sugiarto MAC as a moderator for our plenary and Q&A today. And also to all co-hosts, presenters, and participants of First Entrepreneurship, Economic and Business International Conference 2022. All right, for a brief moment, we would like to invite you to sing Indonesia Anthem, Indonesia Raya. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to listen to the opening speech from the committee chairman of the first Entrepreneurship, Economic, and Business International Conference 2022. Please welcome Dr. Suyanto, SA, MSI.
Tes. Kedengaran, Pak.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is an honor for me to speak on behalf of the committee of the first Entrepreneurship, Economic, and Business International Conference, conveying a warm welcome to all of you. The honorable invited speaker, Dr. Adi Masoli, full professor from University of Kansas School of Business Accounting, Dr. Sudin bin Lada from University Malaysia Sabah, Professor Dr. Nadinla Srividya from Techno India School of Management Studies, Dr. Yang Zhongsu from Guangxi University for Nationalities, China, the Honorable Bapak Dr. Wisnu Prayogo, the head of Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Ekonomi Yayasan Keluarga Pahlawan Negara, Ibu Dr. Audita Nuviasari, the Dean of Fakultas Ekonomi Universitas Mercu Buana Yogyakarta, Ibu Dr. Salamatun Asadiah, the Dean of Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Ahmad Dahlan, and all the Dean of the co-host universities, and also to all presenters and participants. First of all, praise to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has given us health, grace, and opportunities so that we can attend and participate in this wonderful event. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the committee, I would like to welcome you all to the first Entrepreneurship, Economic, and Business International Conference under the theme of Technological Innovation and Entrepreneurship in Achieving Economic, Social, and Environmental Sustainability. We are fortunate to have you all here to share your knowledge with all the attendees. Moreover, we would like to express our gratitude to all universities and institutions that have become the main host, Fakultas Ekonomi Universitas Sarjanawiyata Tamansiswa, Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Ekonomi Yayasan Keluarga Pahlawan Negara, Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Ahmad Dahlan, Fakultas Ekonomi Universitas Mercu Buana Yogyakarta, and also the co-host, Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Ekonomi Widya Yuwaha, Universitas Muhammadiyah Bandung, STIE Malang Kucetwara, Universitas Islam Lamongan, Universitas Pasundan, STIE Tribakti, Universitas Borneo Tarakan, Universitas Sanata Dharma Yogyakarta, STIE Nganjuk, and Universitas Islam Malang. Thank you for your generous help and effort to make this conference to become a success. We also grateful to the member of the organizing committee and all the volunteers who have arranged this beautiful event. We hope that this collaboration can be carried out continuously and be able to provide support to strengthen our institution. On behalf of the committee, we would also like to express our gratitude to all the participants who enthusiastically participate on this conference. Once again, we would like to thank and apologize for any shortcoming in the organization of this conference. Finally, by reciting Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, the first Entrepreneur, Economic, and Business International Conference is officially open. I really do enjoy all the activities at this international conference and see you at the next event. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Suyanto. Ladies and gentlemen, before we continuing to the main agenda, let us watch for a moment the company profile videos of for institution. Have a good time watching.
Sejak 1960, kami berupaya memberikan kontribusi bagi bangsa dalam membangun dan mencerdaskan melalui pendidikan. Universitas Ahmad Dahlan menjadi pilihan utama mewujudkan cita-cita. Setiap tahun, tak kurang dari 7.000 mahasiswa baru dari dalam dan luar negeri bergabung bersama kami. Dengan inovasi, teknologi, dan kreativitas, serta dilandasi integritas intelektual dan integritas moral yang dijiwai nilai-nilai Islam, kami ciptakan suasana belajar yang nyaman dan menyenangkan. Kepercayaan masyarakat kepada kami dibuktikan dengan meningkatnya jumlah mahasiswa baru dari tahun ke tahun. Saat ini, lebih dari 26.000 mahasiswa aktif yang berasal dari berbagai wilayah di tanah air. Upaya internasionalisasi terus kami lakukan, ditunjukkan dengan adanya sebaran mahasiswa asing dari mancanegara. Iklim prestasi yang dibangun di lingkungan kampus mendukung mahasiswa terbaik dalam berkompetisi di berbagai kejuaraan, baik tingkat nasional maupun internasional. Kami memberikan bekal pengalaman kepada mahasiswa untuk mengikuti berbagai program kerjasama internasional dalam bentuk joint degree, double degree, short course, summer camp, dan program-program kompetisi pada level internasional. Sebagai perguruan tinggi Muhammadiyah, kami menjadikan Al-Islam dan Kemuhammadiyahan sebagai landasan bagi seluruh kehidupan kampus. Pembelajaran menyenangkan dengan beragam aktivitas untuk mengembangkan potensi bakat dan minat yang dimiliki mahasiswa. Organisasi kemahasiswaan yang lengkap serta 3 organisasi otonom Muhammadiyah menjadi pilihan terbaik bagi mahasiswa dalam menyalurkan minat dan bakat baik di bidang akademik maupun non-akademik. Seiring dengan perkembangan teknologi yang semakin pesat, fasilitas jaringan internet kami tingkatkan untuk kemudahan dalam proses pembelajaran e-learning, berbagai transaksi pembayaran, dan perkuliahan. Kami memiliki smart room yang dapat mengintegrasikan semua sistem informasi manajemen kampus yang ditampilkan pada dashboard eksekutif sistem, sehingga dapat mempercepat pengambilan keputusan dan layanan pada dosen, tenaga kependidikan, mahasiswa, dan orang tua yang semakin cepat dan optimal. Selain itu, kami juga dapat melakukan analisis media sosial, teleconference, maupun online meeting. Dukungan lebih dari 750 tenaga pengajar berkompeten yang memiliki kualifikasi terbaik di bidangnya. Sejak 2017, kami memperoleh akreditasi A institusi oleh Badan Akreditasi Nasional Perguruan Tinggi atau BANPT. Fakultas Ekonomi Universitas Mercu Buana Yogyakarta berkomitmen untuk mewujudkan visinya menjadi fakultas ekonomi yang unggul dalam bidang manajemen dan akuntansi, berlandaskan pada nilai-nilai sosiopreneur di tingkat nasional dan berwawasan internasional pada tahun 2029. Sejak tahun 2021, seluruh program studi di Fakultas Ekonomi Universitas Mercu Buana Yogyakarta telah menerapkan kurikulum Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka sejalan dengan komitmen kuat UMBY untuk terus mendorong kemajuan yang berkelanjutan dengan tetap berpedoman pada standar kualitas pendidikan di tingkat nasional dan internasional, memperhatikan perkembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan kebutuhan pengguna lulusan. Hingga saat ini, Fakultas Ekonomi Universitas Mercu Buana Yogyakarta memiliki 2 program studi, yaitu program studi S1 Akuntansi dan program studi S1 Manajemen. Kedua program studi di Fakultas Ekonomi Universitas Mercu Buana Yogyakarta telah terakreditasi A. Kualitas lulusan mahasiswa Fakultas Ekonomi UMBY terjamin karena didukung oleh dosen yang profesional di bidangnya, berkompeten, memiliki kualifikasi akademik dengan latar belakang pendidikan magister dan doktor. Sedangkan, staf atau tenaga kependidikan yang ada di Fakultas Ekonomi UMBY berkualitas, berintegritas, dan memiliki sertifikasi BNSP. Fakultas Ekonomi UMBY telah melakukan kerjasama dengan institusi mitra, baik di dalam maupun di luar negeri, dalam upaya untuk terus meningkatkan kualitas pendidikan dan mendukung peningkatan kualitas sarana dan prasarana yang dibutuhkan oleh seluruh civitas akademika Fakultas Ekonomi UMBY. Berdasarkan sifat kerjasama yang diselenggarakan oleh Fakultas Ekonomi UMBY dengan institusi mitra, terdapat 2 jenis kerjasama, yakni 1. Kerjasama akademik, 2. Non-akademik. Berbagai fasilitas di Fakultas Ekonomi UMBY disediakan untuk mendukung mahasiswa mendapatkan pengalaman belajar yang terbaik selama menempuh studinya di Fakultas Ekonomi UMBY. Fakultas Ekonomi UMBY memiliki 2 gedung kampus dan fasilitas pendukung yang berlokasi di wilayah strategis di Yogyakarta. 1 terletak di Jalan Wates kilometer 10 Pedes Argomulyo Sedayu Bantul Yogyakarta. Kampus 3 terletak di Jalan Ringut Utara Depok Sleman Yogyakarta. Mari bergabunglah bersama kami dan persiapkan karir masa depan Anda bersama Fakultas Ekonomi Universitas Mercu Buana Yogyakarta.
Universitas Sarjanawiyata Tamansiswa is located in the Special Province of Yogyakarta, Indonesia. It was established by Ki Hajar Dewantoro on 15 November 1955. He was the founding father of Tamansiswa and also the first Minister of National Education of the Republic of Indonesia. UST is currently led by Ki Profesor Dr. Andes Haji Pardimin MPD, PhD.
Selamat datang di Universitas Sarjanawiyata Tamansiswa Yogyakarta, universitas yang melahirkan generasi unggul.
UST has a great vision to be one of leading Asian universities in 2025 based on Tamansiswa principles. UST has enhanced the 3 pillars of higher education known as Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi into 4 pillars called Catur Dharma by adding the preservation and development of culture to its original pillars of higher education. UST manages 5 faculties and 1 graduate program with the accreditation A, Unggul, and B. UST is supported by professional lecturers committed to providing quality education. Local students are from 33 provinces in Indonesia. UST also has overseas students from Asian and Middle East countries. UST offers scholarships and grants for local and international students. Our students win local, national, and international competitions. Students are prepared to complete their study on time. In research, UST has achieved Utama level and for community service has also achieved level of sangat baik or very good. UST has also collaborated with many local and foreign institutions to preserve and develop culture. UST keeps expanding the mutual partnerships with local and foreign institutions. Let's achieve your bright future career with Universitas Sarjanawiyata Tamansiswa. Salam tertib, damai, dan bahagia.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we are continuing our next agenda, we would like to ask all of you to turn on your camera. So please turn on your camera. Thank you. Well, we are now continuing our next agenda, that is to hear the speeches which will be delivered by Dr. Adi Masli, Full Professor and Coach Fellow from University of Kansas School of Business Accounting, and Dr. Yang Junsu from Guangxi University for Nationalities China, Dr. Sudin Bin Lada from University Malaysia Sabah, and Professor Dr. Nadindla Srividya from Techno India School of Management Studies. And also with our lovely Dr. Sugiarto MACC AKCA as the moderator. All right, Mr. Sugiarto, the screen is yours. I'm sorry, Mr. Eki.
All right, okay.
Still
sorry.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you, Ms. FC Landry. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, all participants. I hope all of you are doing well. Today, we will have the first session with Professor Adi Masli from Kansas University. And please, the host to pin Professor Adi so that I can talk to him. All right, thank you very much. Okay, good morning, Professor Adi.
Good morning, Mikey. Good morning, everyone.
How are you?
Doing well. Doing well.
That's good. All right. Okay. It has been a long time not see you. We met 1.5 years ago, I think, when your younger brother present his presentation for our mahasiswa akuntansi. All right. Of course, I would like to. Oh, wait a minute. Something wrong with my virtual background, right? Wait. I will see that. I will set my virtual background later. Okay, Professor Adif, thank you very much for with us today to present your paper. Of course, before you present your paper, I would like to introduce you to the participants. Okay, I will share your CV. Wait a minute, Professor Adif's CV. Okay, so the audience and participants can see your CV. It consists of 13 pages, Prof. Adi. Of course, I will not read all of them to the participants. I just would like to emphasize the main things, which is, I think, the most outstanding performance that you have done during your become a professor in Kansas University. All right, ladies and gentlemen, and all participants, as you may see here, Professor Adi is the professor at the Kansas University, and he has earned his bachelor, master, and doctoral from the University of Arkansas. Okay, and he got his full professor in accounting in spring 2022. Yeah, just this year, right? So congratulations, Professor Adi.
Thank you.
Okay, and as you may see here, he is teaching intermediate accounting too. And of course, this is his specialty, and also about the information system. Professor Adi has took many research in information accounting information. Okay, and then there are many things that Professor Adi has done. Yeah. So I will give it to all of you, and you may read this one by one to all the participants. And I would like to emphasize many papers from Professor Adi, and here something that attract my attention, and of course, I believe your attention too, regarding honors and award for research. So Professor Adi is in rank first on past 6 years. Yeah, in what you say, Professor Adi? You may explain a little bit about this, your honors and award.
Oh yeah, so this is just BYU ranking only for accounting research. So BYU is a university in the US that tracks publication in the accounting domain from 12 journals. So they track it globally, and every single author that has published, they track and they put in the database, and they try to rank. I think it's only unique in accounting that we have this system. So it's essentially to track and to catalog accounting research, globally.
Right.
So we can know all the different authors that we have in the world and what their specialty, what they research, their topics, and also the universities that house them.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Adi. Okay. I think you will talk about environmental, social, and governance, right, in this presentation. Okay,
Yes.
Professor Adi, without further ado, you may present your paper. Time is yours.
Thank you. Just 1 second. Good morning, everyone. I really would like to thank the committee for inviting me today to share my thoughts about our topic. But before that, Pak Eki, can you see the screen with my slides?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, as I was saying, I would really sincerely like to thank the committee for thinking of me and inviting me to present for you today. It's an honor to be here. And of course, I wish all of you good health and are doing well. So I believe I have roughly 30 minutes to present.
Yes.
Is that right? Okay. So as Pak Eki mentioned, I'm currently a professor and Koch Fellow at the University of Kansas in the US, in the United States. I got all my degrees from the University of Arkansas. Most recently doctoral in 2011, and since 2011, when I graduated, I was recruited by the University of Kansas, and I have been there ever since. So it seems like 3 letters are dominating the business landscape nowadays, especially in the US. And these 3 letters are ESG. As we may know, E stands for environmental. And when we're talking about environmental, essentially what we're talking about is conserving, protecting, and saving our natural world and resources. So within the environmental domain, there are many different topics that companies and stakeholders seem to care about. For example, 4 topics within environmental include climate change, pollution, waste management, and deforestation. These are just 4 examples of some of the topics that are usually brought up. When we talk about social, or the S in ESG, we're talking about simply having concern, sympathy, and thoughtfulness about other people in society. Now, other people include our employees, our customers, and the community at large. Within this category, again, there are many different topics, but it can include diversity in the workplace, whether it's diversity based on ethnicity, religion, background, nationality, fair treatment of people, fair treatment of employees and customers, philanthropy, and also community service. G, governance. For governance, here we're talking about the monitoring, the conduct and actions of management and employees. Within this domain, we normally think about things like Dewan Komisaris, or in the US, it's board of directors. Are they competent? Are they independent? Are they protecting the interests of shareholders? Corruption, excessive compensation given to executives, and also whistleblower, or the whistleblowing process whereby employees can report bad behavior freely and openly. So ESG, these 3 letters seem to be the new buzzword that a lot of companies and stakeholders around the world care about nowadays. So in my presentation today, for the next 20 or 25 minutes, I would like to talk about mainly the environmental aspect of ESG. So net zero, this is a campaign being pushed by the United Nations, as most of you know. And what does net zero mean? Net zero essentially means cutting greenhouse gas emissions to as close to 0 as possible. So this is a very ambitious objective or campaign, which I believe was started by United Nations. Now, as of today, we have over 1,200 companies, more than 1,000 cities, more than 1,000 education institutions or universities, over 400 financial institutions that have pledged the Race to Zero campaign. So this Race to Zero essentially means that by the year 2030, these institutions want to cut their emissions by half. Okay, so there is momentum by the business community, the government, and other institutions to reach this net zero objective. But sadly, the reality is that, we're not doing nearly enough. Based on estimations nowadays, we are nowhere close. We are nowhere close to achieving cutting emissions by half by 2030. And I'll talk a little bit about how technology can begin to address this later on. Now, ESG is not necessarily a part of mandatory disclosures. As we know, companies have to report publicly traded companies must report financial statements and disclosures. But ESG or the ESG performance is not necessarily something that companies need or have to disclose by law. But companies today are making voluntary ESG disclosures, and many companies are advertising their ESG performance. So why is that? Why are companies doing this? I want to share some insights with you from the United Nations Global Compact Accenture CEO study that was recently published on sustainability. So 72% of global CEOs in this study agree that sustainability is an immediate priority. So this is even in the wake of the pandemic, where obviously COVID-19 has been a very big priority, a very big focus. But even after the pandemic, 72% of CEOs worldwide still agree that sustainability is an immediate priority. Moreover, 77% of global CEOs are promoting sustainability-focused research and development efforts. What this means is that in R&D, in developing new products, 77% of CEOs are beginning to think about how do we introduce environmental friendly, for example, eco-friendly materials in the production process. So in this survey, it is clear that CEOs around the world believe that sustainability should remain a high priority. Also within this study, they asked CEOs, which stakeholder group do you believe will have the greatest impact on the way you manage sustainability over the next 5 years? So what's interesting is that number one is consumers. So 72% of CEOs believe that consumers is the most important or one of the most important driver of sustainability, because consumers today, of course, they care about product quality, they care about the price, but consumers today also are concerned with the brand. What is the brand or the company doing to push forward ESG? And consumers today are being more conscious about buying products and services from companies that are making a positive impact on ESG. Secondly, employees. 35% of CEOs believe that employees is a major driver for sustainability. So employees today, of course, they care about their salary, their financial incentives, but employees also want to feel proud about the companies they work for. So companies, when they're being interviewed, companies today are also asking their employers, hey, what are you doing to create a positive impact on sustainability? And number 3 is investors. 31% of CEOs perceive that investors is also a major driver on sustainability. Of course, investors care about abnormal returns, profitability, things like that. But investors are also engaging in investments that are centered on sustainable outcomes. So with that, let me share you some insights from another study by Schroders. And this is a study in 2020 where they study the perception of institutional investors. So from this survey, 69% of investors believe that the role of sustainable investing will become more important over the next 5 years. This is a big number, close to 70%. And this number keeps increasing over the years, where in addition to focusing on profitability, investors are also targeting their investments on companies that showcase positive, sustainable objectives. Also within this study, they also asked investors, what is the most important to you when evaluating companies? I think there's some interesting responses here that I would like to share with you today. So based on what investors are thinking, for example, 26% believe that human rights is important. Now, human rights can mean human rights for employees, human rights for the community. 23% believe that diversity is important. 20% believe that corruption is important or preventing corruption. 19%, only 19% believe that cybersecurity is important, so protection of data. Now, what's interesting here is that 40% believe that accounting quality is important. Now, as an accounting professor, selfishly, I would like to think that accounting quality would be higher, but only 40% of investors say accounting quality is most important. So can you guess what's number 1? Number 1, their response is attention to environmental issues at 58%. So as you can see, by a margin of 18%, almost 60% of investors believe that the company's attention to environmental issues is one of the most dominant factor in their investment decision. And accounting quality or the quality of financial statements is only second at 40%. So this gives us an idea, ladies and gentlemen, of what institutional investors are thinking nowadays when they're making their investment decisions. Now, this is, of course, in addition to company performance, profitability, return on investments, and things like that. Now, this is just investors, but when we talk about sustainability and ESG issues, other stakeholders also care about this, which includes customers, employees, the government, community, NGOs. So with that, this is also an interesting statistic by a 2021 study by PwC, which is one of the big 4 auditing firms. So this survey asked consumers and employees. So essentially what this says is that 80% of consumers are more likely to buy or purchase products for a company that stands up for environmental, social, and governance issues. 80% nowadays. Even higher, more than 80% of employees are more likely to work for a company that stands up for ESG, right? So it's interesting that, it's a high number that we see today. And based on some research, this number was not as high even 10 years ago. So the attention to ESG issue has only increased, especially from consumers and employees. Consider this, in the same study by PwC, 76% of consumers agree with this statement, that I will discontinue my relationship with companies that treat the environment, employees, and the community in which they operate poorly. Now, so it's clear that based on research surveys, that stakeholders, whether it's employees, customers, investors, they care about sustainability and ESG. But what we also have to be careful of today is this term of greenwashing. So unfortunately, because companies know that consumers, employees care about sustainability, a lot of companies are engaging in greenwashing. So what is greenwashing? Greenwashing refers to making green or environmentally friendly marketing or advertising assertions that do not accurately portray the firm's real environmental conduct. So greenwashing will continue to become, or will continue to be, a big concern. In other words, greenwashing refers to the conduct of exaggerating or falsely claiming to be environmentally responsible when they are not. So remember, earlier I mentioned that a lot of companies have signed a pledge to be net zero, that there are thousands of companies, right? But upon closer inspection, almost half of companies that have signed the net zero pledge are not really net zero, and they're just running a PR campaign. Because if you look at the underlying policies that these companies have, even though they signed the net zero pledge, their policies are not aligned with that, or they're not effectively addressing carbon emissions. So let me give you some specific examples. We all know Starbucks, right? Most of us go to Starbucks to get coffee and things like that. In 2020, Starbucks made a big deal that they were going to eliminate plastic straws. So that's why if you go to many Starbucks here today, you cannot get straws in your drink, because they want to eliminate plastic straws. And instead of straws, they then replace the lid. Something looks like this, where you can drink straight from the lid. So instead of straws, you have this plastic lid that you can drink of. But the concern is that a lot of analysts suggest that these strawless lids actually use more plastic than straws, or the combination of straws and lids. So they make this big campaign that they're eliminating straws, but their replacement, their solution, creates more plastic than straws. Oil companies. As we know, oil companies are the biggest carbon emissions. There's a recent study where that finds that greenwashing by big oil companies is a big problem. So if you go to the oil companies' financial disclosures or company disclosures, they talk about reducing carbon emission. They're talking about clean energy. They're talking about decarbonization. But really, their business model is still the same. Their business model is still the same. They're still producing fossil fuels at a high level. Also, the fashion industry. The fashion industry is also has been highlighted as a big greenwashing. As we know, we have this term fast fashion, where a lot of fashion industries, they create fashion that people then discard after a few months. Think about all the pollution that these fashion brands produce when they produce their product in their garment. So they make a big deal. They advertise a lot about making products from recycled materials. But if you look closely, only a minority of their products for some brands use recycled materials. So greenwashing continues to become a major concern. Based on a study by Deloitte, all senior executives that they survey report that they're disclosing ESG performance. So disclosing ESG performance is not something new. Everybody is doing it. And if you look at how they're doing it, 54% are disclosing ESG performance via a sustainability or ESG webpage. About 50% have standalone ESG reports, and 43% have unaudited disclosures within audited financial statements. So I wanted to just showcase how companies are disclosing their ESG performance. According to the United Nations, the top 10 largest gas emitters or countries produce 68% of global emissions. And as we know, if you look at the carbon emissions since the 1960s, the top 5 companies that produce the largest gas house emissions are, not surprisingly, gas companies. But let's take a look at one. For example, Chevron. Chevron is one of the biggest oil companies in the world. In 2007, they began this new advertising campaign where they're not just an energy company, they call themselves human energy company. So in 2007, they started to insert the word human in their company slogan or company brand to showcase that they're concerned about how energy is affecting human lives. And if you go to Chevron, they also have a sustainability website where they talk about, advancing a lower carbon future and things like that. And this is Chevron, which is one of the top 5 companies that have produced the largest carbon emissions since the 1960s. And this is not new. This is not unique. Almost all of the oil companies today have a sustainability website where they're trying to showcase that they're trying to do something for sustainability. Now, there are some companies that have really good sustainability reports. So for example, if you're interested, if you go to McKinsey & Company, which is one of the biggest or is the biggest consulting company, they have an almost 100-page report on sustainability. And this is one of the best ones I've seen, most comprehensive ones I've seen, where they talk about environment, so social and governance for clients, firm, and stakeholders. And they discuss topics such as talent attraction, caring for colleagues, diversity, equity, and inclusion, giving back to communities, environmental sustainability, and ethics and values. So for the next 10 minutes or so, what I would like to do now is really, is go deeper into what are the technological innovations today that help with ESG and sustainability.
Excuse me, Prof. Adi, you have 5 minutes remaining.
Okay. So some of the technology solutions, for example, when we talk about buildings or when we talk about office space, there are some technology solutions. For example, because of the pandemic, a lot of us work from home and we use Zoom. So some of these technologies where we can work from home, where we no longer use buildings, that helps with carbon emissions from buildings. We have technologies like building information modeling and business management software that can help with the design and maintenance of buildings that reduce carbon emissions. So because I don't have that much time, I'll go through this fairly quickly, where I would like to just list a lot of different technological innovations. More than half of executives see that data availability and data reliability on ESG are the biggest challenges to ESG disclosures. So that's why, for example, that data management software is becoming more important for ESG. With database management software, we can have accurate measurement of carbon footprint. We have real-time tracking and tracing of ESG data across the value chain. We have timely and reliable reporting of ESG performance to stakeholders. So you're beginning to see a lot of companies investing in data management software, especially for ESG reporting. Digital twin technology is an interesting one where, basically you can visualize product development without physically creating the product. And This can help with less physical product development, which means less CO2 emissions. It reduces waste from physical raw materials, and it can assist in designing eco-friendly buildings. Artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence, as you may know, these are computers and machines that can mimic human intelligence. So companies are using AI to generate more sustainable, efficient production processes, also detecting processes or action that violate pre-established ESG standards. Blockchain technology. This is where companies can share information on distributed ledger. What's really nice about blockchain is that companies on the system can see everyone's data. So everything is more transparent. So with blockchain, there's increased ESG data transparency and security, and consumers can monitor that materials for products follow ethical standards. There are other technologies, and like supply chain management, also consumer relationship management technology. But before I run out of time, one thing that I want to emphasize, and this is probably the last thing I'll talk about, is that yes, technology can solve a lot of the ESG reporting and sustainable objectives, but technology itself can be a problem for sustainability. Because if we look at software and hardware, the development of software and the application of software and hardware does create CO2 emissions and also consume energy. Consider that if you look at artificial intelligence, some studies show that training some parts of artificial intelligence equals carbon emissions of 5 cars in their lifetimes. So technology is by no means the answer, because technology itself can create a lot of the problems that we see. So that's why you're beginning to see companies discuss what's called green software. Green software. So green software is essentially the development and the use of software that at least reduces carbon emission. So some of the best practices for green software include setting performance metrics during software development, which includes things like efficiency of computer memory usage or the amount of data use. In the software development lifecycle, we can monitor and improve power consumption at each stage of development. Also optimizing hardware to reduce overuse and unnecessary servers, reduction of duplicate copies of data, compression of large data into smaller batches. Again, all of this is with the idea of reducing energy consumption when we're using software and hardware. Also serverless computing, which is efficiently sharing infrastructure resources by executing functions only on demand. So the last thing I'll say is that there are so many technological innovation available today. But be careful, because according to research, only less than 10% of companies today fully integrate their technology and sustainability. And there are many reasons for this. Cost is the #1 issue, where executives do not see the net benefit or the net tangible benefit for investing in all of these technology. The second one is these technologies are complex. So not all companies have the necessary infrastructure to run these complicated technologies. And finally, a lot of companies still do not have the expertise to manage these technological innovations in their company. So what I encourage you all to do is, there's a lot of areas to explore. This is what's exciting for young scholars today. Everyone here, there's a lot of areas where we can research in how do companies use technology? What are the net benefits? Does it exceed the costs? What are the considerations that companies have when deploying technology for sustainability, and is it worth it? So I apologize for going too fast because of time, but hopefully this can shed some light on some of the issues on technology and sustainability that we are seeing today. Thank you very much, and Pak Egy, it's all yours.
All right, thank you very much, Professor Adi. This is very interesting topic. Unfortunately, we have limited time, and maybe next time we will have another seminar that talk about this part in particular. All right. The thing that attract my attention is that accounting quality only 40% that answered the survey, and 58% attract the attention for environmental issues. That's very, very interesting. All right, Professor Adi, we still have 3 other speakers. So the participant will ask question after all speakers they deliver their presentation. So please stay in this conference. So I would like to thank you very much for your presentation, of course. And now I would like to invite the second speakers. Thank you, Prof. Adi. The second speaker is Dr. Host. Wait a minute. Dr. Yang Jun Chu. Good morning, Dr. Yang Jun Chu. How are you?
Hello, good morning, everyone.
Okay. What time in your place at the moment?
It's 10 o'clock.
Oh, okay.
10 o'clock morning.
Okay, yeah. We are in the same time, in the same almost in the same region. Okay, Dr. Yang Junchu, welcome to the conference. I hope you already bring interesting thought in this conference. But before you deliver your presentation, I would like to introduce you to all the participants here. All right, just a moment. Okay, there you go. Here you go. Your resume. You are very young. Born in June 1988. Maybe only 5 years younger than me. All right, Dr. Chu, from the university. Wait a minute. I should read it correctly. University, Guangxi Minzu University, right? Okay, and then she has completed her education from Beijing Foreign Studies University, China. She got her PhD in 2022. Just this year, right?
Yes, just graduated.
All right, and then she also earned her master's degree in Guangxi Minzu University and also her bachelor degree in the same university. Okay, you learn about Indonesian studies. All right, regional studies and Indonesian studies. Dr. Dr. Yang Junchu also published several articles during his studies, during her studies, and her teaching in the university. I tried to read this letter, but I can't. Number 2, I don't know how to read this. Of course, there is a translation below this sentence. All right, and then the book that published by Yang in Pijatkan Tangan Kecil Penghilang Penyakit. Okay, this is interesting. I think massage. I like massage, and also translation of film and television works. Okay, there are several things in here. All right, Dr. Yang Junchu, I believe all the participants can't wait what you are going to deliver. And now, time is yours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your introduction. Good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to presentation here. My name is Yang Jun Chu, and terima kasih kesempatan yang diberikan kepada saya. I'm from Guangxi Minzu University, China. My presentation is about entrepreneurship and entrepreneurship education in university, case of Guangxi University for Nationality, case of Guangxi Minzu University. Oh, sorry. Can you see my?
Yes, we can see your slides.
My paper is mainly about my paper is about reform and development of entrepreneurship in the education in universities, the case of Guangxi Minzu University, China. My paper is divided into 5 parts. The first is about entrepreneurship and entrepreneurship education in university. The concept of entrepreneurship comes from French, which means undertake, and an entrepreneur is a person who takes risk. And in the mid of 18th century, the term of entrepreneurship was first used in the field of economics. And entrepreneurship emphasized the innovation characteristics in the field of economic and management, and refer more to technological innovations, providing new products and new services. In the field of higher education, innovation always include knowledge innovation, institutional innovation, cultural innovation. From the perspective of economy and management, the academic circle have shown strong disciplinary characteristic of economic and management in the conceptual definition. But from the perspective of education, especially higher education, less attention is paid to entrepreneurship and entrepreneurship education. So in the year of 2020, the number of college graduates in China reached 10.76 million, an increase of 1 million over the previous year. And the number of college students waiting for employment is a record high. The increasing serious employment situation requires college and universities to accelerate the pace of innovation and entrepreneurship education. And the Ministry of Education China also clearly point out that it's necessary to strengthen innovation and entrepreneurship education. But some colleges and universities staying the entrepreneurship education on documents, meetings, and oral, or do not know how to focus on innovation and entrepreneurship education, and do not really implement the entrepreneurship education on key issues. So this problem needs to be solved urgently, and innovation and entrepreneurship education is not only a requirement for the country and society, but also a requirement for sustainable development for college and universities. I will introduce my university as a case, Guangxi Minzu University. In the difficult economic environment, a group of college and universities represented by Guangxi Minzu University have performed well in innovation and entrepreneurship education, made remarkable achievements, and formed the University Innovation and Entrepreneurship Education branding with Chinese characteristics. My study sorts out the innovation and entrepreneurship education methods of Guangxi Minzu University, describe its current situation and developments, use it as a reference for the other universities to better serve the needs of the country and the needs of society innovations and entrepreneurship education. The third part of my paper is about curriculum system and the awareness of entrepreneurship. Since the year of 2017, Guangxi Minzu University have opened 2 courses for all undergraduates, namely Innovation for College Students and Entrepreneurship for College Students. Each of the courses is 2 credits with 32 lectures, including 60 theoretical hours and 60 practical hours. So the first, at the university level, all the students need to take part in this course. And also at the college level, each college have its own innovation and entrepreneurship course that combine the characteristics with different disciplines. With this is the students who are having our classes of the course. And the third, university and enterprise cooperation with entrepreneurship ability. Universities should strengthen their cooperation with enterprises, conduct joint scientific research on a wider scale, and adjust the problem faced by enterprise in their development in a targeted manner. More importantly, universities should give a full play in their strengths as knowledge-based organization and promote the market transformation and application of scientific and technological achievements, leading to the formation of new industry and markets, or even the initiative of a university to go into the market and set up university spin-offs. The entrepreneurial spirit demonstrated by university can effectively integrate various resources in the organization's social network, generating an effective way of acquiring and generating resources. The College of Economics at Guangxi Minzu University is particularly strong in the university enterprise cooperation. First, they make some innovative talent training mode through school enterprise cooperation, and the school enterprise cooperation to establish major innovation and entrepreneurship education characteristics. And C, the cooperation between college and universities and enterprise to build off-campus practice base and active carry out practical training and practical practice activities. They make some achievements they have made it. The first, it has accepted practical teaching cooperation and scientific research service cooperation relationship with cooperative enterprise. And they also established an innovative cooperation relationship with enterprise that integrates production, education, and research. The third, flexible handle students' academic years and appropriate adjust the course process. Maksudnya kalau mahasiswa yang mau membuka usaha dan praktek ke perusahaan yang dikerjasamakan boleh kasih 1 atau 2 tahun free, tidak usah kuliah dulu, boleh kasih 1 atau 2 tahun. Dan kurikulumnya dan waktu tamatnya bisa diatur lagi. Nah, ini yang membuat flexible. This is the photo. We signed a cooperation agreement with Guilin Bank, with a bank. We also have established the College of Innovation and Entrepreneurship. This college was established at the year of 2016. The College of Innovation and Entrepreneurship is an application originated in a college responsible for coordinated the university's entrepreneurship projects, competitions, and courses, and industries. So that in the competition, we participate to the countries participate of competition of entrepreneurship. We have won a lot of medals and honors from them. So from the curriculum enterprise cooperation, university enterprise cooperation, and the College of Entrepreneurship and Innovative, I introduced the entrepreneurship education in Guangxi Minzu University of China. For universities, entrepreneurship education should not only be emphasized, but also a mode of thinking for future development of universities. If this entrepreneurship mindset is added to universities' idea and philosophies, it will push the university to develop three larger vision and facilitate its effort to turn it into reality. In the era of continuous change, universities should have enterprise thinking, which should be used as an internal force to promote university to active seek innovation in various aspects. Sekian saja presentasi saya. Terima kasih. Mohon maaf kalau ada salah.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Yang Junju. Actually, you still have 10 minutes if you want to elaborate something from your presentation.
Maybe I'm not so. I'm so sorry for that. So that I think is enough for my presentation.
Okay,
I'm so sorry for you.
Or maybe you can tell us your experience while you study about Indonesia.
Okay. Now you see President Jokowi is visiting China now in these 2 days. So what Jokowi say is that persahabatan Indonesia dan China bersejarah panjang. Maka pada tahun 2007 saya masuk universitas, hanya 3 universitas di China yang punya bahasa Indonesia, program bahasa Indonesia. Jadi saya pilih yang itu, dan sekarang university who have the Indonesian language major now is 15. So and in 20 years, China and Indonesia relationship now is so good, and then akan berkembang lebih baik lagi ke depan, saya pikir. Maka saya sangat senang dapat ikut konferensi ini, dan terima kasih sekali lagi kesempatan yang diberikan kepada saya.
Alright, okay, thank you very much, Dr. Yang Junju. Indonesia and China have many collaborations, and of course, in building many infrastructure in Indonesia, we have many investors from China. All right. Ladies and gentlemen and participants, of course, we would like to thank Dr. Yang Junju for your interesting presentation. Before we continue our conference, I would like to remind all of you, each participant may make a note and can ask the speakers directly or using chat room after all 4 speakers deliver their presentation. All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Yang.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Next, I would like to invite speaker from Malaysia. Host may pin him. All right. Okay. Good morning, Dr. Sudin Lada.
Yeah. Assalamualaikum and very good morning.
Yeah. Good morning. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay. Thank you very much for being with us in this conference. Before you deliver your presentation, of course, I would like to introduce you to our participant. I will share a bit about you. Just a moment. So, wait a minute. Let me share. Okay, this is your curriculum vitae. So, how are you, Dr. Sudin? I forgot to ask you.
Yeah. I'm okay, but having problem with my throat because my voice, suara saya agak serak sebab sudah 5 hari sakit tekak. Sorry. But still okay. I can present.
All right.
All right.
But this is not COVID-19, right?
No. Yeah, it's a negative. Yeah,
probably.
Test already, but negative. Yeah.
Okay, negative. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a curriculum vitae of Dr. Sudin bin Lada. He is now the professor or lecturer in Faculty of Business, Economics, and Accountancy, University Malaysia Sabah. Okay, and if you want to see him in Malaysia, you have his address and also his mobile phone.
Welcome to Sabah.
Okay. Okay, and jawatan terkini. What is jawatan terkini in English?
Current position.
Current position.
Current, yeah. So sorry because I have it in bahasa. Not enough time to translate to English.
All right. Okay. Okay. Current position ya. Pensarah kanan. Pemasaran antarbangsa. All right. And then you already work in the university for 18 years in academic and 4 years in industry. Okay. And this is also your individual information. Okay. Very young, 1973. Yeah.
Old already. Yeah.
Old already. No, you look very young. Yeah. Compared to.
Yeah. Thank you.
And you have one wife only, Yusrina Abdul Manir. Yeah. And 3 children. Okay.
Yeah. Only one.
Only one. Yeah. One and only. Yeah. Same as me. All right. And then you earn your PhD from University Putra Malaysia, also your master program in University Putra Malaysia. And of course, participant can see the other things in your academic record. Pengajaran dan pembelajaran, you are teaching pengurusan strategic
management.
Okay, okay, and many others. All right, and also down here your research, regarding customer perception of Islamic financing product pricing in Eastern Malaysia, and empirical investigation. Okay, and the latest one is Sharia compliant instrument of Islamic marketing mix development and validation. Okay, and also you are also author of several books, right? Okay, that's interesting. Okay, without further ado, Dr. Sudin, you may present your paper and time is yours.
Okay, let me share my screen here.
Okay.
So is it okay? Is it clear?
Yes. You just show your slideshow, right?
Okay, all right. Before I start, sebelum saya bermula, I'm quite impressed with our second speaker, Dr. Yang, because dia boleh berbahasa Indonesia, berbahasa Melayu. Really impressed. Okay, saya juga bisa lah sebab kita satu rumpun. Cuma I'm really sorry because maybe my voice is not good enough, but I hope all of you can hear, because when I speak more, will be pain more in my area of my leher saya akan lebih sakit kalau saya bercakap lebih. So apology, minta maaf kalau saya terpaksa pendekkan sedikit this presentation. Minta maaf gitu. Okay, alright. Okay, assalamualaikum and good morning everyone. Assalamualaikum kepada semua umat Islam di Malaysia dan Indonesia. Salam sejahtera kepada semua yang bukan beragama Islam. I'm Sudin bin Lada, lecturer from Faculty of Business, Economic and Accountancy. And today I'm very honored because given the opportunity, invite me to give share knowledge in this international conference, which is saya sangat-sangat berbesar hati. All right, then to share knowledge and also research outcome, specifically on my study today. This is not alone by me, but this is a collective study by a group of lecturers, a docent in our faculty, to write a paper on e-business and business performance relationship. I wrote it there, the systematic literature review, but it's not really systematic. It is just like a review paper, but using bibliometric analysis. All right. And to be frank with all of you here, I'm still new with the literature review and bibliometric analysis, but again, this is actually started when all over the world hit by COVID-19 pandemic. So we are all locked down. We cannot go out for data collection. We cannot interview people. So we are depending on the secondary data, especially on the Scopus database, WOS database, or Google Scholar, or etc., right? So we depends a lot on this database. Then I learned a new thing on how to write paper and conducting research through review and bibliometric analysis. This is a bit of background why I actually involved in systematic literature review. All right. Okay, move on. This is our agenda for today. It's just a basic presentation research to share the process and also the outcome, starting with introduction, research questions, methodology, research and interpretation, and last but not least, the discussion and conclusion. Then also my impressed with the first speaker, our Dr. Adi Masli. This is accounting people, very, very popular name. Okay, thank you for having with us today. All right, interesting topic just now. Then to start with my presentation on the e-business and e-commerce, I believe, right, in today business world, right, we all know how important the internet. Then we all also know since COVID-19 pandemic hit the world, the need of online business is increasing. buying online, purchasing online. We stay at the home, but we purchase through online. Okay, and according to one research, all right, for 2021, roughly reached 4.9 trillion. You know, the e-commerce sales around the world. This is actually, I mean, the main motivation why interests me and my team to study actually the relationship between the e-business and e-commerce performance. Okay, therefore, the purpose of this study is to assess the relationship, the connection between e-business and business performance, but in terms of previous study, previous research from database Scopus or WOS or Google Scholar, not really go into what really happened outside. Since pandemic, right, we cannot go out, we cannot collect data, we cannot interview people, we cannot distribute our questionnaire, stay at home. So we are playing with database, right? And again, this study attempt to scientifically record the intellectual record, structure, volume, and knowledge, and also development tendencies. All right, and move on. Okay, in bibliometric analysis, basically, right, it's slightly different with the normal research, because in review paper, we actually lead by research questions. Okay, in normal paper, yes, we do have research questions, but before we reach to research questions, this is especially for PhD or master students, right? We need to identify the research gaps first, and what is the main issues, and with the combination with these two, then we reach to the research motivation, then finally come to the research questions. But slightly different with the review paper, because we are leading by research questions. Number one is, what is the volume published? Since I'm actually looking into the previous study from 2012, 2022 until recently. So I wanted to know whether how many the volume actually published article on this related topic. Then number two is, the question is, what is the most influential journal authors in this paper? And the third one is, what is the most research keywords? Okay, for the pengurusi, this is important for postgraduate students, especially for masters and PhD students, to do this kind of research. Yeah, very, very helpful. All right, this is my methodology. All right, very simple one. Why I'm actually using the word systematic, even though this is not really systematic, it is considered a review paper, because I'm actually employing or using preferred reporting item for systematic review, as we call as Prisma. Right, this is very popular now, Prisma. So that's why my topic also just menggunakan perkataan yang sama, systematic literature review. Okay, and my keywords for this specific study, it is between e-business and e-commerce and also business performance. From the Scopus database, the final paper is 237 papers. Sorry, very sorry. Why I'm choosing Scopus? Because University Malaysia Sabah hanya subscribe Scopus database. So kita akan secara free menggunakan Scopus database. We don't have the WOS database. All right. Then to analyze this data, we are using Excel and also software from BOS Viewer. All right. Then for your information, this paper actually specifically looked into previous study from 2012 to 2022. Then only English written paper and final publication stage. And total paper included in this sample database is 237 articles. Okay, 237. Okay, move on. For to address the first research questions. Number one is on the what is the volume? Okay, the subject and the scope of this study, especially on e-business and business performance, have received substantial attention from previous studies, according to the publication that are generated from Scopus. Okay, and the highest paper so far from 2012 to 2022 adalah pada 2015, 3,166 articles. Okay, then followed by 2018 and 2022, but also slightly down or low for 2021 and 2022. Maybe mainly because people affected with the COVID-19. Even myself, right? I used to write paper, publish paper, more than 10 or more than 15 per year. But since COVID-19 pandemic, my prestasi, my performance is going down. Because so many halangan-halangan tertentu. So according to this analysis, right, slightly down during the COVID-19 pandemic. Even I mean, the subject of e-business and business performance are received substantial attention on this topic. All right. Okay, move on. This is to address the second one, the second objective. By looking into what is the most influential journals, author, and research paper. Okay, this is why I'm actually suggesting to masters and PhD students to conduct this research, because we will actually discover what is the most influential journals, author, and research paper in this field. If they are actually interested to study on the field of e-business and business performance, please look at these journals. Okay, I'm listed down here, top 15 journals according to number of articles published. And so students from PhD and master students, they can actually directly go into number 1, number 2, or number 3. So easy for them to get more information to support their argument in in their thesis writing, especially for PhD and master students. All right, and move on. The second thing, and very important, is to understand and to actually know what is the popular author, or what is actually the most cited paper in this area, e-business and business performance. So from my paper here, I will not explain every single one because take a longer time for me to explain. So, but please refer to my full paper already submitted to the organizer. But here, from here, right, as a students, especially for masters and PhD, we can actually look into the very specific papers, very specific authors that addressing the issues of e-business and business performance. Right? This is the beauty of systematic literature review. Okay, move on. Then some more, by using the bibliometric software, then we can actually discover the mapping, especially on, for my example here, I'm using the co-citation network analysis. Okay, and this is also important because we wanted to know the linkages, the relationship between one journal to another journals, one author to another co-author, and the one citation to another citation. So because we know that when we conduct investigation, especially in PhD and master's thesis, we need to very specific topic, right? By using the mapping by network analysis of journals, we easily can detect which journals, which author, and which research paper that related to our current topic. Yeah, this is very important, but really sorry because very small, then very colorful. But please, if you're really interested, especially for students, right? Really interested on this, you can actually read through my paper. Then again, this is also the co-citation, because experienced supervised students for PhD and master students, right? Students will always ask us, doktor, siapa penulis yang paling bagus? Siapa paper apa yang paling bagus? Paper apa yang citationnya paling tinggi untuk saya rujuk bagi pihak thesis saya sekarang? So we can actually use this as a guide for us and guide for students to actually look it into most influential journals, authors, and research papers. Okay, all right, and also the last one, the third keyword, the third research question, sorry, it's looking into most addressed research keywords, and also important in our research. Then looking into the keywords core occurrence network map, we actually can discover apa keyword yang selalu digunakan dalam kajian-kajian yang related to e-business and business performance. By conducting analysis through VOS viewer, we can actually map it. Okay, we can actually know how many linkages between electronic commerce, e-business performance. Then we can actually write down to support our argument in our thesis. All right. So according to analysis, 955 keywords detected in 270 publications within 4 clusters. Right. So I'm sorry I cannot explain more detail on this. I go faster, then come to the discussion and conclusion. So I believe I'm only given 30 minutes, right? Is it I'm okay? I'm on track or what?
Yeah, you are on track. You still have.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, and for your information, especially for students and the audience, the major goal of this study is to actually review the paper from Scopus database to better understand. Okay, I'm not trying to investigate new thing on e-business and in e-commerce and business performance, but rather I'm actually reviewing what paper or paper being published within the period of 2012-2022 to give understanding of the relationship between e-business, e-commerce, and business performance. Okay, as a conclusion, there are substantial association between these two terms, e-business and business performance. Both of these keywords have added the advancement of writing and publishing in the prestigious publication. And we know that, right? And in nowadays, we need more papers on this because I believe in Malaysia, in Indonesia, we are looking into the government and policy maker on how actually to to proactive role in fostering a favorable environment, especially after COVID-19. All right, thank you very much. That's all from me. Really sorry because sakit tekak saya. All right, thank you very much. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sudin. Actually, you still have around 10 minutes.
Okay.
If you already complete the presentation and due to your sakit tekak,
all right,
I can understand that. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we just finished listening to our third speakers, Dr. Sudin from University Malaysia Sabah. We have many insights regarding what we can do during our when we are undertaking a research. There are several instruments that we can use to ease our attempt to find good reference, good writers, etc. All right, Dr. Sudin. Now we are going to the next speaker. We would like to thank you very much for your presentation. Please stay in the Zoom.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Okay. I don't know whether Professor. Okay, Professor Nadindra Srividya already here earlier. Then you should be here. That's all right. Okay. Good morning, Professor Srividya.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Hopefully you are in good shape.
Yes, sir.
How is India at the moment?
It is now for us. It is 8:47 early morning in the morning. For you, sir?
It's cold here in Jogja, especially in Jogja. It's about 24 degrees.
Okay.
Okay. Professor Srividya, I would like to introduce you first to the audience and participant. And now I will share your CV to these participants. Just a minute. Sorry. Share screen. There you go. Okay, this is CV of Professor Nadindra Srividya. She is currently work at Technoman Salt Lake, India, Kolkata, India, and she earned her PhD from Vinayaka Mission University, Master of Philosophy from Mandurai Kamaraj University, MBA from VIT under Madras University. So you have 2 master degree, right? Okay,
yes,
fantastic. Okay, and now you are doing postdoctoral fellowship at UGC University Grant Commission. Okay, in 2018. Okay, you have experience. As we may see here, you got your professor from Technoman Salt Lake. In the period of April 2021 onward, become associate professor from 2018. The institute is International School of Business and Media, but Kolkata. And you are doing a postdoctoral fellowship at UGC University Grant Commission. And many other things that you have done during your life. Of course, we are interested in that. And also here, you have been a panel member, okay, a thesis evaluator, external expert, and research guide for PhD program, yeah, for several institutions from Vinayaka Mission University to Bharatiyar University. And you are also active as a member in several institutions, professional institutions. For example, as a reviewer for International Journal of Emerging Markets, an Emerald Journal with ISSN. Okay, and your specialization is in organizational, behavioral, and human resource management. Okay, so and if participant interested in the field of Professor Srividya, you may refer to her dissertation. Yeah. And of course, you may contact her if you like to know more about her field of interest. Okay, I cannot read all of this because there are so many things that have been done by Professor Srividya. I just skip the others. I'm sorry, Professor, because we have limited time, and I believe the participant will read this because I will share it to all the participants. And of course, the publication, yeah, the last one that I may show you, the publication, books and journal papers. Yeah, again, if you are interested, you may refer to this publication. All right, without further ado, Professor Srividya will deliver her paper, her presentation. And now time is yours, Professor.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Can all of you see my screen, sir?
It's clear, yeah. Just show the slideshow. Yeah.
Is it okay, sir, now?
Yes, we can see it clearly.
Okay. Thank you, sir, for giving me the opportunity, first of all. Actually, Professor Awan, sir, has contacted me for this one. And I mean, it is really a privilege for me to be on this platform. Right. Okay, the current topic is the technological innovation, entrepreneurship in achieving economic, social, and environmental sustainability. Sir, this sustainability is a very contemporary term for whatever we do. It is it has to be sustained. It is not that today we have done and tomorrow it is not there. It's not like that. I mean, it has to be continuously for over years. So for using this to attain this sustainability, the technology, technological innovation, it helps a lot. And though like previously the Adil Masli sir has told that the technology has a black side of that also, but still as an entrepreneur, to attain the sustainability, it is better to use the technology in a better way, in the positive side. We are going to see that one, how it is going to affect us. I mean, how we can achieve that. Okay. Now, when it comes to the sustainable technology, it is actually an umbrella term. I mean, it encompasses everything that from the innovation to natural resources, economic, social development, everything put together, then only it is called the sustainable technology. It is not like that only the business has to prosper and the planet at the cost of the planet and the people. No. Triple bottom line, we all know that is like people, planet, and profit. People is the planet, actually the I mean the citizens or the people who are staying on this whole globe. Actually, it is not only for the country, right? And the planet is the whole planet. I mean, it includes the natural resources like trees, oceans, hills, mountains, animals, everything put together. That is the whole planet. It is not only the we human beings has to prosper and we have to get the profits. It's not like that. Apart from that, we are only one of the entities that are living on the globe. With us, so many other entities are also living, beings are also living, and we need to make it ensure that everyone, I mean everything lives happily, be it trees or be it mountains or be it oceans or be it maybe the aqua, I mean small ponds, whatever. Everything has to be proper, right? Then only actually the social development or the sustainability can be attained. If anything of it has been tampered, the effect will be ripple effect will be there. That actually we have seen recently for the COVID, right? Whatever a small thing it has done, I mean, it has impacted whole globe, right? Now, when we see this environmental sustainability issues, these many issues are there. These are only few things. Apart from that, there are so many things are there. First comes the climate change. Everybody talks about the global warming. It is happening, and it is happening at a rapid pace, and it has reached the alarming state that many of the oceans, I mean the sea level is rising, and few oceans have disappeared, few lakes or the ponds have been disappeared, and the many oceans, I mean many ponds or the lakes have been converted like the deserts. I mean, they have made like deserts, I mean dry lands, right? I mean, so much of climate change is happening. The glaciers, they are melting. The glaciers are being melted. I mean, because of this climate change and the global warming, there is a huge, the temperature of the whole globe has been increased to an alarm state. You can now see. And the natural resource use. That means how we are using our natural resources. It is tremendously we are using without any discretion. That is what just now I told, whether it is the ocean or the hills or whatever, there is nothing left by the human beings which is untouched. If you take the mountains, we are destroying the mountains, we are destroying the forests, we are destroying the lakes, we are destroying the ponds, even the ground for the high-rise building, the water table is going down. All these things are happening because of the indiscrimination of the natural resources usage, right? And next is the waste production. It is a huge thing. Wherever you go, you will find the heaps of the wastage, particularly the polythene papers or the plastic wastage, and even the e-wastage. Using the technology, using these mobiles and laptops and computers, we are generating so much of e-waste, and it is so harmful for the environment. And it is good thing that in the recent Olympiads, they have used the gold medals they have made from the e-wastage of the laptops or the computers or mobiles and other things wherever we get. That means that much of e-waste we are generating year on year, so that it is like a heaps of mountains. And even not only that, in the oceans also, when you go inside the oceans and even on the top of the mountains, even Everest, Mount Everest, when we go, we will see so much of plastic bottles, plastic polythene covers. All those things are dispersed like anything. We are destroying the natural resources, what we have. And next is the waste production. Just now I told we are producing the waste like anything. And next is the water pollution. It is with the maybe with the agriculture also, indiscrimination of the usage of the pesticides and the fertilizers, the water is polluted. And not only that, the factories, the residues of the factories, though we have the laws and norms and everything, but when it comes to the implementation and putting into the usage, it is a questionable mark. Next is the deforestation. Just now I told we have not spared the forests also. We have made the roads through the forests, and we have seen so many YouTubes we will see. Maybe in the WhatsApp videos also we will see the animals when they cross the roads, and because of their anger they will destroy, they will damage the vehicles that pass through the their forests. That means we have encroached their natural habitats also, like that. Next is the overfishing. This one is like not only in the oceans, even lakes, ponds. When people are overfishing that one, the ecosystem will be totally disturbed, and it will affect the whole planet in one way or other. See, the whole globe is like a ecosystem. Wherever there is something happens, it will affect the whole it will affect the whole system in one way or other. We cannot avoid that one. So it is better not to disturb the ecosystem. Better we will, you live and let others live. Next is the ocean acidification. This is also another one, like so much of even oil spillages that is happening in the oceans, and the wastage of dumping of the wastages in the oceans. This is happening in the ocean acidification. Not only this, even acid rains we are getting, where there is, next point is that only air pollution. Because of the air pollution, we are getting the acid rains. Even the rain is also not pure nowadays, right? And the air pollution, it has gone to the alarming state, like in certain cities, like in India, it is in Delhi and other cities. It is the air purifiers we may have to carry wherever we go. It has gone to that stage where the pure air is also, it is not free. We used to think that water and air are free natural resources. We need not pay for that, but it's not like that. Even for pure water, I mean, water has become a scarce resource nowadays. I mean, when you in some places in the globe, or maybe in India also, people have to fetch a bucket of water or maybe a tumbler of water. People have to go for a longer distances to get a drinking water, for a potable water. It is happening like that. It is, I mean, it is like air, water, everything we are polluting to the maximum extent. Next one is what is the goal of this one, the sustainability? It is actually to reduce the environmental and ecological risks. See, if we cannot avoid all these things, whatever we do, I mean, how much ever I lecture here, it is practically impossible, I mean, to stop this environmental risk or the ecological risk. Only thing is we can reduce it to the minimum extent or to a sustainable extent by going for the sustainable product. That is like nowadays, this is the substitution things. That is the non-biodegradable too. I mean, we need to go for the biodegradable products in the production. It is, be it maybe the green marketing. For everything now, green is added, green products, green marketing, and green technology, everything. That means it has to be naturally, I mean, it has to be biodegradable. That means if you throw, I mean, when the waste production we are doing also, that waste also should be biodegradable. It should not be like it has to stay there like a mountains of the heaps of the mountains for generations together. No. Next is the non-renewable and renewable resources. That is what nowadays the whole globe is, particularly India. They are with the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He is like pushing towards the EV. That means electric vehicles. For this pollution point of and the non-renewable to renewable resources, particularly the carbon emissions and the fossil fuels, to reduce the usage of that one. He is actually, I mean, not only in India, I mean, whole globe is moving towards the electronic vehicles. Right. And here, if you see this diagram, sustainable technology, it is the health technology, smart cities, green technology, agri technology, and financial technology. I mean, all those things, technology is involved in every part of our life. Right. And the main ultimate goal is going for the non-renewable to renewable and biodegradable to non-biodegradable to biodegradable. Right. Next one is this one. The prevention. How can we prevent this contamination or the deterioration? First one is like using the sustainable technology. When we move towards the green technology, at least the impact would be coming down. The further damage of the environment or the whole ecosystem would come down. First, if you see the solar panels, I mean, you can see in a few countries, they have used this solar panels on the road system also, where in the road dividers, they have covered with the solar panels where the cyclists can cycle under the solar panels. And maybe most of the apartments or the houses or even the traffic lights, they are moving towards the solar panels, particularly where you will get the plenty of sunlight. People are moving. Government is also encouraging. They are giving so much of the subsidies or discounts for all these things. Next, windmills. We all know this is another renewable sustainable energy, particularly during the coastal line or upon the mountains. You will have the plenty of wind and huge wind, where you can use these windmills to generate the power or the electricity and usage of that one into like renewable resources. Next is the wave energy. See, we have 70% of the globe is covered with the oceans. We have plenty of oceans. I mean, it is all the globe, you can find oceans or the seas at least. There you can find this wave energy.
nowadays the technology has gone to such a state that even in normal pond, normal lake also, using the technology, you can create the artificial waves, particularly the amusement parks and all. The artificial artificial waves are created to give you a feel of that actually you are on a coast, I mean, on the ocean, something like that. Next is the geothermal technology. It is also in a renewable source, where using this one, we can create the electricity or the power for the future generations. These are all the sustainable technology compared to the fossil fuels and the non-renewable resources. These are the, we have to go, I mean, switch towards these things. Next, it is the efficient in terms of its use of energy and the resources. How effectively we can use this technology towards this energy and the resources. That means, you see, previously also that I told that technology also has its backside. For example, everywhere in offices and even houses also we have air conditions. Air conditions also is creating towards, I mean, it is contributing towards the global warming. It is not like that. It is not contributing. It is there. And even the factories, what we are doing, and even how much our green technology or whatever you are using, the factories are also contributing towards the contamination of the natural resources. So how we use this technology in an efficient manner, that matters actually. I mean, everything has positive and negative side, but we need to go for the positive side as much as possible. These are all the various innovations that has taken place recently. First is the public and electric transport. Just now I told that whole globe is moving towards these electric vehicles, where you can charge your batteries. The fossil fuels can be, I mean, can be used for a little, I mean, the usage of the fossil fuels can be reduced. And next one is the LED light technology. Instead of using the normal traditional technology, when you go for this LED technology, that will the ecosystem or the environmental impact would be less. And the solar power, just now I told, and carbon capture and the storage technologies, these also another new innovation towards the environment. Next, self-sufficient and LED buildings and construction methods. So see the green buildings, smart cities, and these are all the things. Even now the companies, they are mentioning that LED buildings and hotels particularly. That means the water usage, the usage of the water, the waste water, whatever they are producing, again they will recycle it in a better manner. That means the wastage of the water is minimized, and whatever the water they are using, they are recycling it within their hotel or within their building itself. It is not only the hotels, even big apartment complexes, housing complexes. These people, they are using this one, and even government is encouraging that, and they are giving more discounts or concessions, maybe towards the taxes or some other thing, but they are encouraging towards these kind of buildings. Next is the advantages. First one is it is like reducing the risk. The future generations, whatever we are having now, the pure air or the water, they can also enjoy like what we are doing. Like otherwise, if we use indiscriminately the usage of the natural resources, the future generations, they may have to carry the water purifiers with them. Now itself, we are carrying the water bottles with us wherever we go. In the same way, we have to carry our water, purified air also with us, I mean, in the future generations. Next is the outcomes. It is the outcomes will be the positive always, because when you have the pure, we have seen during the lockdown in the COVID, I mean, even the whole air sky has become pure. The rivers or the oceans have become pure because the intervention of the human beings has come down. It has completely stopped actually, at least during the lockdown period of maybe at least 15 days or 20 days or maybe 1 month. the human intervention has come down. So whole globe has become green and pure. We have seen actually. And it is the improve your bottom line. Bottom line is like triple bottom line, your planet, profit, and your people. See, when your planet and your people are good, obviously you will get profit. And if your people, if you do not have your people, that means your customers, then whom do you sell your products? Businesses, what they do without the people, even to produce the things also, how much our technology you have, we require human beings, maybe in lesser amount, but again we require human beings. And to sell your products, the customers, we require people. That means people is the essential part of the business. So when business are not concentrating upon this triple bottom line, the planet, people, then obviously there is no meaning for the profit at all. And next one is the attract and retain the top talent. This is always the major crux of the story. See, the top talent, the talent is always required, and we have to retain them and to attract them for the higher benefits. See, when the talent is not there and when the skills are not there in the proper place, then actually whatever you do, it go in waste. The person has to know through whom, I mean, which person has to be, what job the person has to do, right? I mean, it is like a saying is that the dog has to do the dog's job, the man has to do its man's job, the donkey has to do donkey's job. I cannot say that donkey, I will do the dog's job, and the dog say, I cannot, I will do the donkey job. No, it is the actually the talent or the skills to attract and to whom, where you employ whom, how do you get benefit out of the human beings, how do you actually reap the talents for the beneficial of the business or maybe the whole ecosystem. Next one is the buildings and the infrastructure. Just now I told LED buildings, green buildings, where you can recycle your water, not only the water, all the resources, power generation, the using the solar panels they are using, the hotels are big apartments, the infrastructure and all, even roads, where the roads, traffic lights, even the coverage of the roads, all those things they are using this green technology. Agriculture, going for the manure, that means reducing of the fertilizers or the pesticides, because it is polluting the aqua, that means the water resources what we are having. So going towards the organic manure and the organic fertilizers, agriculture is also moving towards the sustainable technology. Transportation, just now I told electric vehicles, we are going towards that. And these are the things where we can use the technology with the sustainability. That means using technology, we are achieving the sustainability here. Next, it is in India. These are all the various things that actually we are doing. That means our government, they are clean air program. Just now I told few cities, they are have reached to the alarm stage, like Delhi. And if we have not wake up even now, next generations, they may have to carry the air purifiers like what we are carrying our water bottles now. Previously, before 20 years and 30 years, we never used to carry water bottles with us. Water used to be plenty everywhere, even railway stations and bus stands, whatever the water it is available, we used to drink happily. But now we are carrying our water bottles. It should not happen that we need to carry our the air bags or also our air bottles also in future. Next is the Swachh Bharat mission. This is about the cleanliness of the whole planet, or the rivers and ponds and everything. And Beti Bachao and Beti Padhao, that means like gender discrimination. People nowadays, they are killing the girl children in the fetus. I mean, when the baby has not born in the womb itself, they are indiscriminately, they are killing. To encourage the children, I mean the female girl children, government has started a campaign like Beti Bachao and Beti Padhao. That means you protect your girl child and you make them study. I mean, you teach them. I mean, you make them self-sufficient, self-reliant. Next is the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. That means like giving the buildings, or at least a roof for all the people. You can see in most of the big cities like Bombay and Delhi, in top, you will find so many slums over there. Apart from the high-rise buildings, you will find so many slums. Government is trying to convert that slums also into a normal, decent. It may not be 5-star hotels or maybe big buildings, but a decent habitats where people can live peacefully and happily, healthily. Next is the Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana for giving a support to the people who are below the poverty. They are providing this. And Deen Dayal Upadhyay Gram Jyoti Yojana, the villages we are having to make them self-sufficient, self-reliant, so that if you do not make the villages self-sufficient, what is happening? The migration towards the urban is increasing. And when our migration has gone to beyond a certain stage, the cities are not able to bear up the infrastructure. The overcrowding is happening and the infrastructure lagging is happening. So when you have tier 2, tier 3 cities are also now giving the more importance towards this. I mean, going the companies over there, and even rural marketing, rural business, it is increasing nowadays. That means where the people who are living in the rural areas, the companies are going there and the government is going there to serve them instead of people migrating towards the urban. It is like you stay there, we will come to you. I mean, it is like migration has to be come down. I mean, even not only that, the rural areas, the health, if something happens for them, I mean, the health issues, they are bound to move towards the bigger cities for their good health, good hospitals or good health care. But it is not like that. Now, when you improve your rural areas, they need not migrate towards the urban areas. Next is the Ujjwal Yojana. That means like Pradhan Mantri Ujjwal Yojana. That means giving electricity towards everything, to all the places, all the residents of the citizens of India. That means like at least they should have proper electricity and air and normal minimum basic things, and the amenities should be provided to all the citizens. These are all the United Nations. These are all the goals towards the sustainability they have mentioned. And our India also, they are moving towards this one. See, if you see here, no poverty, hunger, zero hunger, good health and well-being, all these things are mostly towards your triple bottom line: people, profit, and planet. If you see the poverty and hunger, it is about the people, and good health and well-being, again people, quality education, gender equality, clean water, it is about this one. That means if you concentrate upon your triple bottom line, obviously everything takes place. And to attain that one, we need to have the sustainability. The technology we should use in a better way to achieve all those things, right? Next is, sir, do you have so much time to explain all these points in detail?
Yes, we still have about 5 minutes.
Okay, sir, thank you. See here, if you see the affordable and clean energy, just now I told electric vehicles, and where the carbon emissions has to be come down. It has to be the clean energy, where the air pollution should be minimum, where you can use the sustainable technology like batteries and all. Next is the decent work and economic growth. When you do all those things, obviously your economic growth will be there. Just now I told, when you concentrate upon your rural areas, those people who are in the rural areas also would develop, and they need not migrate to the urban, and the polarization will be minimized. At least it will not stop, at least it would be reduced. So the economic growth, that means as a country as a whole, it would develop, be it urban or be it suburban or rural, it doesn't matter, because you are concentrating upon everyone. Next is the industry, innovation, and infrastructure. Whatever the industry we have, and with the innovation of all these sustainable technologies and the infrastructure we are having, using this, maybe your roads and your electricity and the other things we are providing, we can achieve this economic growth. And for the businesses, what they require the undisturbed power supply, they require undisturbed water, they require undisturbed infrastructure. All those things can be attained using this innovation. Next is the reduced inequality. Just now I told, when you concentrate on urban and all those sectors of this one, then obviously inequality can be reduced. Next is sustainability cities and the communities. That means like when you are green cities, smart cities, nowadays even government is encouraging for that. How much the carbon emissions your city has addressed, how much smart your city has come, how much clean city you are. All those things government is concentrating on that. Next is the responsible consumption and production. There is nothing wrong, you can produce, but again, like Adil sir has told previously, the fashion industry, the garment industry, the waste it is producing, but another one is the leather industry. These are the two industries. They produce a lot of waste to disturb the whole ecosystem, particularly the fabrics, the dyeing and the things. They say that it is green. I mean, we have used from the recycled material, but when you see closer, I mean, like sir has told previously, they are actually producing the whole ecosystem. When you are consuming, it is advised that to have some responsible consumption. If you don't need, we need not buy. It is not like that for fancy sake or for window shopping to get out of temptation, we need not buy. I mean, when you stop consuming, when you are responsible consumer, and when you discriminately or discreetly when you are consuming that one, then obviously the production would come down. When there is no demand or when there is a less demand, obviously your production would come down. Then when the less of the production, responsible production, then obviously your ecosystem would be there. So we have to, as a consumer, as a customer, we should think before buying anything. Is it really required for me, or it is only out of temptation I am buying? Next is the climate action. Just now I told, like electric vehicles and air pollution, all those things, and global warming, everything. Life below water, even oceans. Just now previously also I told, those are also have been contaminated with the e-waste, not e-waste, with the plastic. And even the aqua animals, the fishes, the other things, they are eating. I mean, when you open that, when you cut their stomach, you can find so much of plastic covers, polythene covers in their stomach, and they are dying because of that. Next is the life on land. Not only the fishes, even the cows, other animals, when they are eating the plastic polythene covers, they are dying. That is also, life on the land is also important. Next is the peace and justice, strong institutions. When all these things happen, obviously peace will be there. When the ecosystem is good and people are happy, obviously peace would be there. And next is the partnerships to achieve the goal. Goal is what? To get the sustainability. And this is my last slide. It is like one major, this one, like Ganga cleaning mission the government has done. It is about all those things it is doing. The sewerage project management, urban sanitization, sewerage infrastructure, industrial pollution, all these things they have taken care for improvement of the largest, biggest river in our India. It is like Ganga. With this, I come to an end. Thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity.
All right. Thank you very much, Professor Sifridya. This is, of course, an interesting topic that broaden our insight regarding the importance of technology and sustainability. Okay. We are going to invite the other speakers before you. Thank you, Professor Adi. Dr. Yang Junchu, and another one, Dr. Sudin, please join us. All right. Okay. All right. We are almost finished exactly at 11 a.m. We have 5 minutes to go to 11 a.m. We have plenty of time to discuss what you just share to the participant. And for participants, I just want to remind you that you can ask directly to the speakers by telling us your name, your institution, and whom you ask the question to. All right. Or if you don't want to ask directly, you can write your questions in the chat room. While Professor Adi finishes his presentation, there is a question sent to this room. Let me see, from my son, from University Sarjanawiyata Tamansiswa. Pak Maisan, are you there? Or all right, I think Professor Adi can see it. Mr. Adi Masli, would you describe institutional investors, refer to direct investment, venture capital, or maybe stock market? In Indonesia, some of non-ESG firms discuss about the ESG in their business. For example, coal firm using electrical excavator on their field. Okay, you can respond these questions.
Okay, thank you for the question. Yes, institutional investors probably refer to the overall investing public. So institutional investors meaning large investors, for example, mutual funds or investment banks. But the phenomena I was describing, perhaps it actually is more relevant or more impactful for retail investors. You know, what we see today is there are more and more conscious or sustainably conscious investors, where they invest in not just in company profits, but companies that actually can make a difference. As Dr. Nandia just described, there are so many problems environmentally that's going on in the world. It's very hard to eliminate. But what we're asking for, at least from an investor standpoint, what we see is that, you know, there's conscious investing where companies need to do something. There are more and more surveys suggesting that investors perceive that companies should do more than they ever have in terms of creating a more sustainable world. It's not just up to governments, but businesses must be responsible also. So yes, in Indonesia, some non-ESG firms discuss about ESG in their business. And that's what I referred to greenwashing earlier in my presentation. It's becoming a real problem where we actually see companies that you would not typically expect to engage in ESG. What they're trying to do is they're producing marketing advertising campaigns, trying to portray that they are environmentally conscious, that they do care about the environment. So in my estimation, it's still a business case for these companies. You know, these companies engage in ESG initiatives, engage in sustainability. They see a business case, or they see a business need. As I explained earlier, more and more customers, more and more employees, there are more and more customers, more and more stakeholders. They base their decisions in either to purchase goods or to invest in the company or to work for the company based on the company's sustainability standards and actions. So ESG or sustainability reports is not only limited to certain industries. You see this across the industry spectrum. You know, in the past, you would see some investors or shareholders, they will only invest in certain industries. For example, there are classes of investors that would never invest in tobacco, alcohol, firearms, weapons industry. But nowadays, it's more prominent, it's more pervasive. Even across all industries, investors are seeing individually for each company, what are they doing to make a difference, a true difference in the world. My hope is that this problem of greenwashing, that more and more investors and customers realize this, and they're not easily fooled by companies' greenwashing efforts. Sorry, Pak Igi, did I answer the question? Okay.
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Please, to the questioner, if I didn't, just let me know, and I'd be happy to elaborate more.
Yes.
Thank you so much for the time.
Okay. Thank you very much, Prof. Adi. So I've got the name of the participant who asked this question. If you still want to know more, you can type the questions again. But next, before we still have another question in the chat room, but before Professor Adi answer these questions, I would like to invite Ms. Alfiatul Maulida, who wants to ask directly to the speaker. Okay, Ms. Alfiatul. Please unmute your speaker. Yeah.
Okay, thank you to the moderator that give me time to deliver my question. But before it, let me introduce myself. I'm Alfiatul Maulida. I'm from Sarjanawiyata Tamansiswa University. Okay, I have a question for Mr. Professor Adi. I'm so excited about your greenwashing explanation just now. Moreover, there are several products that currently circulating in Indonesia, such as a plant-based product. For the example, detergent plant-based. So by that case, can you give us some tips or easy tip? How do we know that product greenwashing or not? That's all from me. Thank you.
Pak Igi, can I answer now, or?
Yes, sure.
Bu Alfiatul, you asked a very, very difficult question. This is what's happening, and in academic terms, we call this like credence goods or credence attribute goods, where there's information asymmetry between the producer and consumers, where we cannot 100% know what's behind the product, right? So you're right. Some more examples where, for example, there was example, we talked a little bit about the fashion industry, for example. They advertise, in their websites or their campaigns, we're using recyclable materials, for example. But we have to be careful because yes, they're using recyclable material, but what percentage of their product line, how much of their product line, or what percentage of their product is actually using the recycled materials, right? So that's unfortunately, because of information asymmetry, consumers have to depend, at least in the United States, we depend a lot on, there's a lot of nonprofit organizations that do deep research dives into specific products. In the United States, there is a strong proponent for consumer goods. So there are many organizations that do research and they examine the product claims of many different companies. So unfortunately, as individual consumers, we're very limited in our tools to know what is, what is directly behind the product or the product quality. So, it's up to the, luckily though, the popular media, there's a lot of media press that likes to report on things like this. And I don't see this stopping. I see this becoming more of a bigger issue as more and more companies make claims about their sustainability. It's very easy for companies to make these claims, right, without much due diligence. So unfortunately, I cannot give you a straightforward answer for what we as individuals can do. I think one thing that we can do, as employees of corporations, for example, it's fair to ask your companies that you one day work for, or students here that one day work for big companies, publicly traded companies. It's up to us individually as employees, consumers, investors, to do all we can to convince businesses to do the right thing. So yes, so the greenwashing is not going away because companies see that by at least having a PR campaign or advertising that they are eco-friendly, that they're sustainable, that helps their business. It draws consumers. Eventually, once there's more of a spotlight on this issue, then they can curtail their actions, right? And last thing I'll say is that there are more and more websites that track product claims by companies that can investigate further. So that's also a good resource for the public as well. Does that kind of answer your question, Ms. Alfiatul?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Alfiatul, for your questions. And Professor Srividya, maybe you want to add something or to comment about what Professor Adi just said?
Sir, actually, like Adi sir has told, I mean, the garment industry and other things, they are actually polluting the ecosystem. Though they say it is like made from the recycled products, recyclable goods, but when you see that one, how much part of it is actual, how much it is actually creating, I mean, deteriorating the whole ecosystem. That is why when we have to be, when as a customers, we need to be more responsible when we are consuming the goods. It is really required for me to buy, or only for my temptation, out of temptation I am buying. That we need to see. It is not only with the fashion or the garments, with all the products. When the demand has been reduced, obviously the need for the production also would reduce. And when we are consuming, we need to see actually it is really required for us or not.
All right. Okay, thank you very much, Professor Srividya, for your comment, for the question. And we back to the chat room. There is a question again for Professor Adi Masli. I think you can see it directly, right? Or should I read it for you? From Ryan Sandra.
Let me see. Do you mind reading it? But I cannot see the.
Sure. Yeah. For Mr. Adi Masli, companies like Starbucks are companies that prioritize. There is a. Sorry.
Halo, partisipan please. Halo semuanya, Pak.
Sorry. I would like to read this again. Thank you. For Mr. Adi Masli, companies like Starbucks are companies that prioritize health and hygiene. For example, the food is fresh every day, whether the leftover food is thrown away or eaten by employees. But most food will definitely be thrown away. Will it affect the waste even though Starbucks doesn't use plastic straw anymore? And what percentage do you believe the net zero program will change the world?
Yeah, thank you for the question. And I would like to add to what Professor Srividya just commented on. I completely agree. I think at some point as individuals, it's upon us to individually make good decisions. For example, I think it's also important to have a healthy skeptical mind when we see companies touting their sustainability or efforts or ESG programs like this. And this kind of goes with this question. Yes, I agree with Starbucks. A lot of waste does go away from food, even their current plastic. But the point about greenwashing is it's the advertising, is the PR campaign portion, right? So since 2020, that's kind of one of the biggest campaigns that Starbucks tried to sell was the zero plastic straws, and Starbucks is not alone. More stores are like that, and that's what they try to focus on because that's what they want you to focus on. But absolutely right. If you look beyond that, we have to also examine, not using plastic straw it is part of the answer, but it's not enough. It's nowhere close to enough, especially because their replacement, based on some analysis, their solution to the no plastic straw is even, or can be worse than plastic straws. So, you know, beyond Starbucks, a lot of companies, they like to focus on things that they're doing right, but they fall short on trying to tell the full story behind their ESG campaigns. So this goes with the net zero program. The problem with the net zero program, there are a lot of companies, as I mentioned in the presentation slide. There are thousands of companies, thousands of universities, thousands of institutions that say we want to approach the net zero. The problem is when they report their carbon emissions, they're only reporting maybe their scope 1 or scope 2, meaning that what they emit. But the biggest component is probably the carbon emissions in their value chain, and that's something that they don't really report as much, right? So what percentage do you believe net zero will change the world? I was looking the other night, and I was looking at the United Nations webpage for more information about this. What's interesting is that we are on track right now for 2030, despite the campaigns, that carbon emission will not go down, but will actually increase by 14% in 2030 relative to 2010. So it's not a pretty picture. So the net zero program is, even though there are more and more companies joining, it's not close to enough. We need all of the governments and most of the companies to be involved to make a real difference. Unfortunately, a lot of companies are joining more from a PR campaign standpoint, but from a realistic standpoint, from all that I've heard or read, I don't think we're going to achieve the goal of reducing emissions by half in 2030 or 2050. I don't know if the other speakers have any insights on that, but at least from what I've examined, it's not going to reach the target, unfortunately, unless we have a significant change in how countries and companies do business.
Okay, that's it, Prof. Adi?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Prof. Adi. Maybe Dr. Sudin, you may have perspective regarding what the participant asked to Professor Adi.
Again?
Maybe you have any comment or from your perspective regarding what Professor Adi said. Oh, all right.
In Malaysian perspective, I think this is becoming a hot topic. But I agree with Prof. Adi just now. This is something, when we talk about specific company, specific product, there is a few things that we can discover to all, because becoming a marketing strategy or product strategy, especially when dealing with the sustainability, dealing with safety issues in food or whatsoever, right? Because some company, they have a secret things that, but when the people in public force them to actually share with the people, right? They become reluctant on that. Yeah, especially on the net zero program, right? Yes, some organization, yeah, they agree with this, but not all organization or not all companies, not all product will actually agree with this. Yeah, even now when we talk about plastic straw, right? They actually KFC, McDonald's, Starbucks, and few GLC's companies, right? They're actually converting from plastic to straw kertas, right? But not all companies, the SMEs, the small and medium companies, they cannot do that. Yeah, because maybe increase more cost on that, right? I think, I agree with Prof. Adi. Yeah. Thank you very much. That's all.
Okay, thanks very much, Dr. Sudin. We still have another questions for Prof. Adi, but before that, I would like to invite Mr. Didi Subianto from University Sarjanawiyata Tamansiswa. Okay, Prof. Didi, please unmute your microphone. Prof, yeah, okay. It's still me. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time to give me. I want ask to Dr. Yang. Selamat siang, Dr. Yang. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. I interested about your conclusion that I'm very interested in the conclusion of Dr. Yang research that entrepreneurship is able to develop university to innovation. What I'm about to ask, we often think of university creating entrepreneurship, but the Dr. Yang research, entrepreneurship lead in university develop and innovation. And otherwise, I often hear that the university leads the entrepreneurs develop and innovation. This is the different statement. Would you like to explain about this context? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Didi. Dr. Yang. Hello, Dr. Yang. Please unmute your microphone. Okay.
Yes.
The question is
Thank you
for you.
For your question. Thank you for your question, Mr. Didi. The case of the Guangxi Minzu Universities is the case from a university which is not the very top university in China. So you know, if a very top university in China, he will got more resources and further entrepreneurship and innovation education and the industry then that owes to universities they own their own companies, the companies which is very profits in China. So I give the case of my university is the university in middle up class. Sorry, yeah, it's in middle level. So the case is useful for so many universities in China and maybe also in other countries, I think. The universities with not so much resources, that how they can organize their education and how that they can organize their industries and other mindsets. So there's the case that I want to point out. So I don't think this will this will answer your question.
Mr. Didi.
Okay, thank you. And I interested to sometime I want to collaborate with Dr. Yang to make a research from University Sarjanawiyata and Dr. Yang. Thank you, Dr. Yang. Selamat siang.
Okay.
Thank you,
Mr. Didi, for your questions and response from Dr. Yang too. All right, there is one new question. I will skip the question from Ms. Rintan Nuzul first, Prof. Adi. I jump to the question to the next question for Professor Srividya, and I will back to the question from Ms. Rintan later. Okay, Professor Srividya, that is a question for you from Maria Andani. She said that I'm very interested about material presented by Dr. Srividya on sustainable technologies and their goals. Of course, this is achieved with participation of various groups of people. I want to ask Professor Srividya, has it been started by being socialized to small communities? If not, Is there such a plan, or is it just an organization set up in terms of achieving sustainable technology like NCAP, SDM, etc. in India? That's the questions.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. It is. They have started for the small communities also. I mean, just now I told that it is not only for the urban people, for the rural people also the government is targeting, and even for the entrepreneurs like startups, Skill India. These are the various programs or the campaigns or initiatives the government has taken to promote the sustainability towards the clean air. And according to the NCAP, the National Clean Area, just now previously in this one also I told the government is giving more importance towards the clean air. Particularly few cities in New Delhi and other cities. New Delhi is the most worst thing in India compared to the others. Other things are also okay, moderate level. But the worst is the New Delhi. There they are actually trying to clean up the air pollution, and they have made so many initiatives and the campaigns to improve the greenery in the particular New Delhi. That means so that the air would be naturally cleaned through the trees or the plants. Even the road dividers, they are making into the trees. That means they are growing trees, small trees, not big trees obviously. They are growing in the middle of the road, like road dividers, so that they will absorb the carbon emissions and the air will be cleaned properly. And coming to the transportation, they are actually encouraging for the pool cars or pool transportation, where you can share your transports, and public transport they are giving more importance, so that if you use the public transportation, you need not take out your own car. For example, if 4 people are there in a home, means 4 cars or at least 2-3 cars they are having to go outside. It is happening actually in Western countries. There the public transportation is very less, and everyone, if you have to step out from your home, you need to have your own vehicle. It actually adding to the air pollution. So to address that problem, government is encouraging for the public transportation. I think I have covered all the points, sir.
All right. Okay. Okay, Prof. Adi, you look interested in what Professor Srividya says. Any comment for that?
Yeah, so maybe it also ties to the question by
Maria or Rintan.
Yes, for Rintan, it's kind of related in that the question is there a country that could become an example or benchmark as the country which has the good or best ESG practice? So, you know, from Professor Srividya's presentation, I actually learned a lot about what India is currently doing in terms of the objectives. I think it's very difficult to answer, you know, which country is doing it best, because within each country there are different challenges, right? As I mentioned earlier, the problem we face is that the top 10 countries of gas emitters emit almost 70% of the greenhouse emissions. And these are the countries, you know, the top 10 countries. In terms of best practice, you know, maybe I can just share with you what I see in the US, and perhaps Dr. Young and Dr. Sudin can share what they observe in their respective countries. In the US, you know, one issue is that sustainability, or at least the arguments or the discussion about sustainability, cannot be separated from politics. You know, in the US, there are 2 major parties, the Democrat and Republican Party, as you may know. And these 2 parties have so different views or importance or priorities about sustainability, about ESG and things like that. You know, according to my observation and according to research, the Democrat Party is more concerned about sustainability issues, and they're willing to go further on sustainability initiatives, especially mandating sustainability standards for companies and organizations in the country. So even in the US, it can be fluid, kind of depending on, you know, who holds power in the government, right? But what I am seeing, and that's the second part of my presentation, is that companies or countries in companies that have more access to more advanced technologies can perhaps take advantage of those tools to advance their sustainability standards, right? And I mentioned earlier some examples about blockchain, about supply chain management, consumer relationship management, digital twin technologies. So what I am seeing is that, you know, companies are taking advantage of these advanced tools, but it's still at a very low rate, right? It's not pervasive because these technologies are very expensive to implement. And there's not a clear net benefit yet for them. But there are tools, technology tools that can help advance company sustainability goals. But again, the problem is technology itself is a source of emission. Because when you develop these softwares, the testing of the software, the implementation of software in these servers and hardware, they also emit harmful emissions to the environment. So that's why I talked a little bit about green software and how companies are doing that. So what I'm seeing, at least as of today, is companies, or at least executive leaders, are beginning to see that there is a business case to advancing real sustainability, not just greenwashing. There are technological tools out there that can be used, even though they're still costly. More and more executives are making a business case to implement such technologies. So the optimistic hope is that as these technologies continue to advance, continues to be less costly, there's going to be more and more implementation, more usage in doing so. So at least that's what I can see from in a United States perspective. And perhaps the other speakers can share their perspective in their respective countries.
Sorry. Okay, sorry. I'm very sorry. There is a phone coming. Wait a minute. I just need to close it first. Okay. The Dr. Yang Jungchu, maybe you can share with us from the China perspective regarding this topic.
Hello. Yes. Actually, greenwash, this concept is not so common in China or in my knowledge actually. So I've learned so much today, and you know, I'm in education, and in education we also do not common to say like that. So it's sorry. So yeah, there's what I want to say is I learned so much today from Mr. Adi, so that I will read your paper after this conference to learn more. And thank you for this opportunity. Thank you again.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Yang. Dr. Sudin, maybe you may say something from Malaysia perspective.
Okay, from Malaysia perspective, yeah, we do have actually launched this ESG initiative, but in Malaysia still we are actually looking into the policy and how this actually can implement into the company or organization. Yes, we do have in Malaysia, but still I mean the awareness level and the acceptance level do slightly low, because it's not a new thing, but I mean the implementation base is still low. Yeah, right. Yeah, that's all from Malaysia. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Sudin. Ladies and gentlemen, all participants, we still have 15 minutes for this conference. Okay, thank you. Mr. Samsul Hadi raised his hand. Okay, okay, already unmute your microphone. Go ahead, Mr.
Hello, my voice clearly?
Yes.
Hello.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. You can start asking your questions. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Silvina, hello, and Prof. Hadi, Miss Yang, yeah, and Dr. Sudin.
And
Nice
me.
to meet you all.
And me.
Oh, okay, Pak Sugiarto. Okay, very interesting this presentation. There are many data that make us understand more about sustainability in organization. I see customer has a priority. I see 77%. We know after the industrial period, customer become the main period up to now. So what is the difference between the situation after the industrial period? After the pandemic, after the industrial or after the pandemic, what the difference of this research? I think this is important for us to understand the customer situation. And the next about greenwashing that happen in anywhere. I saw in when I come to my university, I saw the right and left. There are many greenwashing. So what should we do as a lecturer to face the greenwashing and to memberikan pemahaman to all of my students how to be entrepreneurship that not use greenwashing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Samsul. Okay, your question is for Prof. Adi or Mr. Samsul? Your questions?
Especially for my lecturer, Prof. Adi.
Okay, Prof. Adi.
Oh, thank you, Pak Samsul. So maybe the later part, you asked about consumers or customers, right? And also about as lecturers what we can do to about the greenwashing issue. Is that right? Something like that, right? So I think from my perspective, actually, from a greenwashing, actually the younger generation are more attuned or more perceptive about this greenwashing issue, at least in the US. What I see is more of the younger generation are more concerned about greenwashing than the kind of maybe the older generation. So as a lecturer, something, especially if we're teaching future entrepreneurs, I think the main message is when they engage in sustainability, they look, a lot of executives view this mostly in the short term, right? To address it in the short term, and they don't see the long-term goal of achieving sustainability. Actually, when the greenwashing happens for companies, yes, it can create this PR campaign or advertising campaign, but to the extent that customers and employees and other stakeholders know or find out what's going on beyond, it has even more detrimental business effects in the long run, in the long term. So I think it's important for young entrepreneurs or any entrepreneurs, when they engage in the sustainability or ESG effort, they look at the long-term objective rather than only just looking at what can this do for my company right now or in the short term. Does that make sense? So because it has real long-term consequences for your brand, for your reputation, for your profitability, things like that. From your question about consumers, now, we live in an era where consumers are becoming more knowledgeable, also becoming more picky because they have so many choices that they can choose from. The information source that they can learn from is also very widespread. So luckily, it's good and it's bad, right? Like in the US, again, I can only tell you more from a US perspective because that's where I live. 20 years ago, consumers in the US, they would be happy if they can receive their products in a week or 7 to 10 days. Now with Amazon Prime, it has to come tomorrow. If not, they'll complain, right? Because with Amazon Prime, they demand things to come faster, to be available sooner. So customers are becoming more picky, they're becoming more informed about the companies that they choose to buy from. And I think that's a good thing, because from a company's perspective, to not lose business, they have to increasingly engage in what consumers actually prefer, right? And as I mentioned in the presentation that I said earlier, a more significant percentage of consumers, as they become more educated and as they become more conscious about the world they live in, they're becoming more demanding on companies to be sustainable, to be eco-friendly, even beyond the price or the quality of the product. Because if you look at 10 different companies, they offer the same thing at the similar price. What is the differentiating factor? A lot more and more consumers are looking at, okay, how does this company's brand, what is their brand doing to advance ESG objectives, right? So I think, like, from a consumer standpoint, it's actually a healthy state that we're in, because nowadays consumers have much more information about the brand, about the products, about the sourcing of materials than ever before, right? With the advance of technology. So so that's a good thing. Also, just last thing to add, especially in the US right now, employees are even becoming more picky in terms of what company they work for. So usually in the interview, yes, they ask about their salary, they ask about financial incentive, they ask about promotion. But nowadays, more and more employees seeking employment, especially the younger generation, they're also asking about, what is your company's ESG initiative? Where do you stand on diversity, on fairness, on social issues, right? On anti-discrimination. So employees, so it comes from there, right? That's where the change can happen, from consumers, from employees, investors, and other stakeholders that drive executives to do better, right? Because that's where they see the business case. So it's a positive development, but as the speakers have mentioned earlier, I don't think it's not nearly enough to achieve the goals that the UN, for example, has set. I think more needs to be done, but I think, hopefully we're trending in the right direction. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Prof. Adi. Thank you, Mr. Samsul. Are you happy with the answer?
Very happy, and I'm glad to see Prof. Adi in the reality.
Yeah, in the reality show.
Zoom reality, right? Still.
All right, thank you, Mr. Samsul. Professor Srividya, do you have something to add?
No, sir. Actually, what Adi sir has told is it is comprehensive. Yes, sir. I mean, he has touched all the parts of it.
All right, thank you. Yeah, what Professor Adi says is actually what I want to say, but he said it first.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we still have 6 minutes if there's still 8 questions. Okay, there is a beautiful lecturer from STIE YKPN, Miss Ika.
Hello. Okay, I would like to ask a question. The issue of voluntary ESG disclosure is rising nowadays. Even though there are many reasons that push companies to promote and disclose their sustainability action, some companies in Indonesia still see this activity as added task or burden for companies. I was wondering, maybe the speakers would like to share the thought about this. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Professor Srividya?
Sir. I couldn't hear. Can you repeat it, sir, please?
Okay.
Okay. I think when we having an issue about voluntary ESG disclosure is rising nowadays, and some companies in Indonesia still see this activity as added task or burden for companies. I was wondering, maybe Miss Srividya would like to share the thought about this. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Really, in India also, that ESG has become a mandatory. They need to mention what are the ESG initiatives they have taken. And the carbon, I mean, if it is the transportation carbon emissions, and maybe that LEED, this one, how much they are doing that one, that they need to mention particularly in the CSR activities. And particularly few companies like ITC and all, they will mention like, for example, ITC is into the paper products like notebooks. They will mention that they do not cut the trees. They will make the paper out of the recycled products, recycle of the fabric or other things, plastic products and all those things. They are preparing they are making their products. And another thing is they need to mention that how much they are contributing towards the environment and how much they are taking. That is the positive, LED positive, they will say. That also they are mentioning. The companies have become more towards more, what do you say, they are taking more initiatives towards this one, more conscious. Sorry, I was not getting that one. They are becoming more conscious towards the ESG activities. Even government is encouraging that one. It is there for all type of the companies, ma'am, not only for the transportation, for everything. Just now I told the hotels also, apartment buildings, when they are constructing the buildings, how much water you are recycling, basing on that, they are reducing the tax, the house tax. I mean, you can get some concessions. And hotels also, how much water you are recycling actually. And that one, it is there in everything. The more people are becoming more conscious towards the ESG activities, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Srividya.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Srividya. Once we still have 3 minutes. Maybe Dr. Sudin may add something.
Okay, to be frank, this ESG concept is slightly not my concentration, but I can actually share with all of us here regarding the customer concern, the brand preference. Yes, we do have investigate on that because of this ESG campaign and initiative, right? Consumer nowadays are becoming more concerned about safety, quality, clean. This is actually bring up by the halal concept, right? Then by implementing this ESG, this actually enhance the halal concept. Yeah. So from the consumer perspective, consumer are more concerned on this logo, the green product, the healthy product, the safety product, especially not only food, but cosmetic product, what else? Pharmaceutical issues, medicine, few brands, right? And consumer are now very concerned of when they actually buy these different types of product with different types of brand, whether they are okay or not for their body, right? This is what happened now in Malaysia. We are concerned, but the question is whether the ESG practice or initiative is fully implemented to the country, all over the country. And that's the biggest questions nowadays. All right, thank you very much. That's all.
All right.
Can I add one thing to Sudin sir?
Yes.
Yeah, consumers are becoming more conscious towards the environmental products. There are few consumers that they do not use leather products because the leather is obtained from the killing of the animals. They do not use. I mean, voluntarily they do not use. I know some of my friends itself, they do not use. Even I don't use. And another one is the silk fabric. That also people do not use because silk is obtained from the killing of the silkworms, right? They made out of that. They will kill the silkworms and they take the silk out of that one. For that also they do not use. And plastic, those also many people do not use. Even plastic bottles, water bottles, food containers, many people do not use. consumers are becoming more consciousness about all these things.
All right. Okay, thank you, Professor Srividya. Professor Srividya, there is one more question for you. Do you mind answering these questions?
Yes, sir, no problem.
I read for you. This is the final question, some extra questions.
Okay.
Professor Srividya, in your explanation of technological innovation, entrepreneurship in achieving economic, social, and environmental sustainability, I disagree a little. Okay, because in my opinion, to achieve this, there must be one thing that must be sacrificed and will not be achieved. For example, maybe waste and garbage processing, which is currently still being fought technologically and all kinds of things. What make you optimistic about this?
Yeah, just now, my previous answer is that only, sir. We need to have little bit of sacrifice to achieve this one. Just now I told there are few people, they do not use the leather products. That is the luxury thing, right? But again, and they do not, people do not use the, what do you say, the cosmetics, which causes the, I mean, when you are producing the cosmetics and testing that one, they first test upon the rabbits and rats and all those things. That is actually causing so much of harm to the other animals. So many people do not use the cosmetics. And if you see on the cosmetics, they will say it is not tested upon this one. There is no animal harm is happen. I mean, involved in this one. They will mention like that. Obviously, when we need to have some sacrifice to achieve this one. If we want everything for ours, I mean, if you are selfish to the core or self-centered to the core, now the word has been changed from selfish to self-centered, right? If you are self-centered so much, you cannot achieve. When you are thinking about others, at least you have to share something or you have to forgo something. That is obvious.
All right, thank you very much, Professor Srividya. I hope Mikias Almis Brulan happy with this answer. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and all participants. Okay, we are now at 11:48, just a minute. I close my questions. Okay. Now we are come to the end of presentation from all our distinguished guest speaker. Thank you very much. Again, we would like to thank to the all speakers for their presentations. Apparently, ESG, environmental, social, and governance become a hot topic today that we may discuss about this more. And I believe the discussion in this conference will light up your thought, your insight, so that ESG become one of your the participants' research topic. Okay, once again, this is the informative and interesting talk, and of course, to the audience, will get many benefit from this discussion, from this conference. Okay, thank you very much for all of the speakers again and again, because this is very, very interesting. If we continue this up to 4 o'clock in the afternoon, I believe the participant will still here. Unfortunately, we will have a limited time, and I give it back to the MC. Miss SP Landry Septiarini. Okay, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
That was an amazing topic and discussion for this event. So we give applause to all speakers and moderator. Thank you for our speakers.
Thank you.
Yeah. And our moderator for the very interactive.
This
Very, very thank you. Yeah. Also, thank you for the question from the participant. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to give the token of appreciation. So we would like to invite again Dr. Suyanto for giving token by virtual, also with speakers on maybe spotlight screen. Yes, we start from Dr. We start from Dr. Adi, and then Dr. Yang Junsu, Dr. Sudin, and then Professor Dr. Nadindra Srividya. Dr. Suyanto, the screen is yours.
Okay, thank you. Dear Professor Aldi, Dr. Yangsu, and Dr. Sudin, and Professor Srividya, it is key for us. Thank you very much for your contribution, sharing knowledge in this seminar.
Thank you, Pak Suyanto.
Thank you.
This looks great. Very colorful.
Yes, sir. Really great.
I wish I'll print it out and hang it. Thank you, sir.
Okay, so now we can move to Dr. Yang Junsu. Dr. Suyanto, please. Yes.
Okay. Dear Dr. Yang Junsu, it is key from us. Thank you very much for your sharing knowledge in this seminar.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much again. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, and next up to Dr. Sudin bin Lada. Dr. Suyanto, please.
Dr. Sudin. Dear Dr. Sudin, terima kasih banyak atas waktu.
Terima kasih. Sama-sama.
Oke.
Insya Allah kita akan jumpa di Bandung nanti.
Oke, terima kasih. Terima kasih banyak atas sharing knowledge-nya.
Ya, insya Allah. Terima kasih.
Again, the last one for Professor Dr. Nadindra Srividya.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, dear Professor Srividya, it is key for us. Thank you very much for your contribution, sharing knowledge in this session, in this seminar.
It is my privilege that you have asked me here, sir. I mean, you have given a platform here to meet all of us.
Okay.
Let us be in touch with all of us. If possible, try to make one WhatsApp group, sir, so that we can be in touch in future also.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, we say thank you again to all speakers, amazing speakers, and also for our amazing moderator.
Yes. I'm ready for the certificate.
Yeah. All right, so we are going to the next event. So, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to inform you that we need to convey that the series of Eebic events this morning, previously there was a memorandum of agreement signing between 10 institutions that become co-hosts. There is Universitas Islam Malang, Universitas Pasundan, Universitas Islam Lamongan, Universitas Borneo Tarakan, Universitas Sanata Dharma, STIE Malang Kuket Suara, STIE Nganjuk, STIE Widya Wiwaha, Universitas Muhammadiyah Bandung, and STIE Tribakti. And also for institutions that became hosts, there is Universitas Sarjanawiyata Tamansiswa, STI YKPN, Universitas Mercu Buana Yogyakarta, and Universitas Ahmad Dahlan. So give applause for this amazing university. All right. Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will take a photo session. So we would like to ask all of you to turn on your camera
And maybe show your thumbs. Don't be shy for smiling. Please activate the video screen. And as we take some pictures virtually, the operator will handle capture of screen. Maybe Mr. Bambang, can you handle for this moment? Yes, please.
I just comb my hair.
One, 2, 3. Okay, thank you. Wait.
There is a 10 or 20 slide, right?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
I need a massage after this.
Kram ini Pak Pak Sugiarto.
Yeah.
Okay, and page 2. 1, 2, and 3. Okay. Again, be quickly. Please on cam ya. No cap.
Yes.
1, 2, 3. Next. Can be quick. 1, 2, 3. Okay. So many.
So many. We still have 17 slides, right?
Change my style.
So many of them in page 6, 7, 8. But okay, I'm capture and screenshot. Okay, I finished. Thank you.
Okay.
Very much.
Thank you so much. Yes, all right, ladies and gentlemen, before we are going to closing, please let us listening about technical briefing on room division delivered by Mr. Bambang. So, Mr. Bambang, the time is yours.
Okay, can Bu Prima Rosita?
Ya, baik. Selamat siang para partisipan seminar internasional Eebic. Mohon izin saya menyampaikan teknis pelaksanaan parallel session dalam bahasa Indonesia. Perkenalkan, saya Prima Rosita, salah satu panitia dari kegiatan acara ini, akan menyampaikan beberapa hal yang perlu diperhatikan untuk kegiatan parallel session pada jam 1 siang nanti. Kepada para partisipan, saya mohon untuk mendownload file Excel yang saya share di chat room dan mohon untuk dicek apakah nama Anda sudah ada di room atau belum. Jika sudah, silahkan segera bergabung ke room yang telah ditentukan. Di dalam Excel tersebut sudah ada link untuk grup WA dan link Zoom-nya. Jadi saya minta sebentar, saya share lagi. Bentar, saya update, takutnya ada yang tadi baru join ya. Baik, saya sudah share Excel di chat room, silakan di-download dan kemudian dipastikan Anda berada di room berapa dan silakan join ke grup WA yang linknya sudah kami sertakan pula di situ. Dan nanti di dalam grup WA sudah ada moderator beserta reviewernya. Kemudian untuk link Zoom juga sudah kami sampaikan di situ. Nanti jam 1 akan dimulai parallel session, sehingga mohon untuk hadir tepat waktu karena jam 1 tepat kegiatan parallel session akan dimulai. Kemudian untuk pemutaran video, jika dimungkinkan, para peserta diperbolehkan untuk memutar videonya sendiri, namun jika ada berhalangan, moderator juga akan siap membantu untuk memutarkan video yang telah Bapak Ibu submit di web Eebic tersebut. Dan jika nanti ada kendala, mohon disampaikan di grup WA agar segera kami bantu dari panitia. Mungkin itu teknis singkatnya, untuk hal-hal lebih detail bisa ditanyakan di grup WA. Terima kasih.
Oke, terima kasih Ibu Prima Rosita. Ladies and gentlemen, we are currently approaching to the end on the first Entrepreneurship, Economic and Business International Conference 2022. Now we are going to parallel session, and please enjoy the discussion on your Zoom meeting room because the meeting rooms are divided until 20 rooms. Please be note and check your own room and prepare the material for discussion. For your information, after you are joining in Zoom meeting room, you don't need to go back to the main Zoom room, because when you are joined in its Zoom room, you will be guided by your moderator and as well as closing the parallel session event. And also the moderator will also inform the best paper winners at the same time. So before I end, once again, I would like to inform you to the following matters. The parallel session is started at 1 p.m. At 1 p.m. until finish. So the parallel session organized into 20 Zoom meeting rooms with 10 until 12 presenters with 1 moderators and 2 until 3 reviewers. So the operator will group the participant based on the participant numbers. The parallel session rules will be informed by the parallel moderators. For further information, please check the Excel data in the chat box or from the website or WhatsApp group. So after the event is closed, you are welcome to take a short break and the parallel session will start at 1 p.m. in your respective rooms. So now we are reached to the end of first EEBIC 22. Please have a moment of silence. Thank you. Once again, thank you very much for joining this international conference. Even though it is done by virtual, it doesn't make our spirit decrease. As the Master of Ceremony, Epsilandri Septiarini, I say thanks to all speakers, hosts, co-hosts, the committee, moderators, all presenters, and participants. May that we had conduct will be useful for us. I am Epsilandri. I'm sorry for some mistakes. Please enjoy your break time. Don't forget, we will start parallel session at 1 p.m. and we are looking forward to seeing you again on the second Entrepreneurship, Economic and Business International Conference on 2023. Good morning, stay healthy. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Yang.
Thank you, Bu Lan.
Thank you so much.
Thank you to all.
Prof. Sir Vidya, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Ayanto.
Thank you, Bu Landri.
Ya.
My pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Saya itu tunggu-tunggu sertifikatnya tadi. Itu karena mau saya pakai buat jaminan, mau pinjam ke bank. Tunggu-tunggu nggak dapat, nggak jadi pinjam nih.
Wah, itu Bu Landri itu yang Pak.
Oh iya, ini Bu Landri ada sesuatu sama saya ini agak.
Tidak Pak, tadi sudah konfirmasi ke panitia, memang ternyata dalam persiapannya moderator belum dibuatkan desainnya.
Wah, itu padahal
saya buatkan sendiri Pak Egi.
Spesial ya Bu ya.
Spesial Pak.
Ini kan apa dah tanggal berapa nih? Tanggal 28, tanggal tua kan ya
Tanggal
itu.
tua Pak ya, tanggal kritis.
Untuk Pak Eki nanti khusus Pak, spesial Pak.
sama emas batangan berapa gram gitu ya. Oke, luar biasa UST tadi banyak yang tanya, senang saya lihatnya. Ya kalau nggak ada yang tanya tadi bisa hambar juga ya.